2017. Obviously, we have a full agenda and a full house here for today's meeting, so we'll immediately get started. There is a quorum present, both on the dais and appearing telephonically. I know because we have so many people here, if council members want to forego council comments, it's up to you. I'll turn to council members. Any pressing issues that you would like to say? We're all going to take a pass on this. I apologize, but I'm going to do just one, and that is I do want to acknowledge the passing of a great Phoenician. Everyone in this dais, probably most people in this community, had some contact with Pastor Henry Barnwell from New Life Missionary Baptist Church, a truly legendary minister who was so supportive of the city, the people in this community, pushed the city in the right direction when it came to civil rights issues, community development, particularly in the South Phoenix area, always willing to help out mayors and council members when they needed minister to provide words of wisdom and prayer before important meetings. Aubrey Barnwell, his son, and the whole family, we want to offer our deepest sympathies and just know that your father is in heaven and is a great man and leaves a great legacy here at the city of Phoenix. All right, with that, I'll now turn. Do we have any consent agenda items, Councilwoman? I don't think we do today. All right, how about a motion for a executive session? Councilwoman Gallego. Mayor,
in accordance with a properly posted notice and agenda, I move that the City Council, pursuant to Arizona Revised Statutes, Section 38-431.02.a, meet in executive session on Tuesday, September 26, 2017, at 1 p.m. in the East Conference Room, 12th floor of Phoenix City Hall, 200 West Washington, Phoenix, Arizona.
There's a motion. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Mr. City Manager, do you have any reports or budget updates today?
Mayor, we will be having a fuller budget discussion in 2 weeks, so I have nothing today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move now on to our regular agenda item. Item number 1 on today's agenda is our Fast Track Cities initiative. The Fast Track Cities initiative was our effort in the city of Phoenix to make sure that we're doing everything we can to end AIDS as an epidemic in our city, using best practices from other cities that have successfully achieved that throughout the country. I asked Vice Mayor Laura Pastor and Councilman Daniel Valenzuela to be the leaders of that initiative. So now, Vice Mayor, I hand it over for you to introduce the item and then the team that's here to present.
I would like to thank all the community members that were part of Fast Track and also the staff. As you know, or some don't know, the Fast Track Cities initiatives is an important strategic partnership that is critical in extending the city's reach among who it effectively serves. And so together we work to ensure that no population or community within our city is unfairly discriminated against, overlooked, or ignored. And it is important that Phoenix continues to reaffirm itself as a community that is a comfortable place to live, where all feel welcome and is safe from discrimination. Perhaps most importantly, this initiative holds the hope of ending AIDS as a public health threat in Phoenix once and for all, and it also shows our commitment to serve all our residents. This effort could not have happened without everyone who put in countless hours, there were a lot of hours that went over the summer, and who worked on this project. I applaud your pledge and look forward to obtaining the goals we have set out for the city. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Councilman Valenzuela, if you had any just opening words before we hand it over to our professional staff and the leadership of the Fast Track Cities team.
You know, Mayor, at this time I would like to hear the staff and the leaders. The spotlight, really goes to them, and I'm really excited about this presentation.
Thank you very much, Councilman Valenzuela. I'll now hand it over to our Deputy City Manager, Deanna Jonovich. You've done a lot of work in a relatively short period of time, and you had a great community group put together, so I'll hand over to you and see how you want to present to the council and community, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We're happy to be here today to discuss the Fast Track Cities plan. Joining me at the table today is Tamara Spindley, Program Coordinator for Fast Track Cities, Gil Velez, Vice President of Chicanos por la Casa, David Martinez, Advocacy and Outreach Specialist with St. Mary's Food Bank Alliance, and Kinja Hassan, Director with Cultural Relations and Special Projects with Arizona State University. Just to provide a little bit of background, on October 25th of last year, the mayor and city council authorized the city of Phoenix to join the Fast Track Cities initiative. In January of 2017, the mayor appointed Vice Mayor Pastor and Councilman Valenzuela to co-chair the initiative, along with a diverse 23-member ad hoc committee representing people living with HIV, medical providers, community-based organizations, local HIV advocacy groups, and government departments in the HIV field. Many of those individuals are sitting directly behind me today, and I'd like to acknowledge and recognize all of them in the audience if they would please stand.
Deanna, real quick, before we continue, we do have special interpreters here today for the meeting. Maybe we can hand out headsets, because I think we have both Mandarin and Cantonese interpreters present. Do we have headphones to hand out to people? I apologize. Okay, thank you. So who is here to provide interpretation, either Mandarin or Cantonese? Could you come forward and announce to the audience that if they would like those interpretation services, they should receive headphones now, and we'll pass them out. I want to make sure everyone can participate in all aspects of today's meeting. That was my mistake earlier.
市长呢刚刚说，今天为大家提供中文翻译，国语跟广东话都可以。谁要听翻译的要举手，他给你一个耳机，只有20个耳机。
Okay, so people have raised their hands. And I will admit, I'm not sure if that was Mandarin or Cantonese. But the opposite.
I stated both.
Oh, you did both. Thank you very much.
廣東話都有，兩樣都有翻譯。
All right, so thank you, Deanna, for your patience. We'll pass out. I want the community to hear about this item as well. We get them? Okay. Oh, a few more hands, okay. Looks like there's a few more hands in the middle section as well.
Mayor, I
Hand
think
in-
there's one more hand.
Certainly in the middle section, there's at least one more hand. I think more headsets are coming. Oh, a lot more hands. Okay. I'll put them. Seth.
聽到啦嘛？廣東話國語都聽到。 你哋而家聽到啊？你們聽到嗎？舉手，聽到就舉手，聽到舉手啊，得嘛？好，得啦，咁啊一陣同你講，而家未開始，現在還沒開始，一會兒跟你說。
Are we ready to go? And there's a hand up there in the back. There's a gentleman in the back row right there. Are we ready? I think so.
Vice Mayor and members of the council, I'm now going to turn it over to Tamara Spindley and the subcommittee chairs to walk through the plan.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, the Fast Track Cities Initiative is a global partnership between the City of Paris, Joint United Nations, IAPAC, and a collaboration of local stakeholders. The goals of the Fast Track City are to achieve 90% of the people living with HIV know their status, 90% of the people who know their status are on HIV medication, and 90% of those who know their status and are on HIV medication are achieving viral suppression. And lastly, the zero stigma and discrimination. The ad hoc committee formed 3 work groups to develop the action steps to achieve the 90-90-0 goals for the Fast Track Cities plan. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our subcommittee chairs to discuss how we're going to achieve these goals set forth in our plan.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm the chair of the Knowing Your HIV Status Work Group. When we look at the data here in Phoenix, we know that currently 85% of people living with HIV know their status. This group focused on the 5% that do not know their status. After months of discussions, we've developed the following goals to target the 5%. Goal 1 is to develop and implement an HIV needs assessment. Goal 2 is to develop relationships in the community with organizations that work with at-risk HIV populations. Goal 3 is to outreach and educate the faith-based communities. Goal 4 is to develop a media campaign targeting at-risk populations to get HIV tested and linked to care. And Goal 5 is to train and educate the community. Now present David Martinez.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and for your support of this plan. We greatly appreciate it. The work group that I co-chaired merged the final 2 90-90-90 goals that ensure those who are positive that are on HIV medication and are virally suppressed. We know that in Phoenix, currently 91% of people living with HIV are retained in care and are on HIV medications, which means we need to focus on the 39% who are not receiving treatment. 50% of people living with HIV in Phoenix are virally suppressed, so we need to research why 40% are not. This is why we are going to reach those not on a treatment plan. We know cost or misconception to access is a barrier to receiving treatment, so we plan to target providers who are prescribing medication to educate them on Ryan White services, so no matter ability, people can get on treatment. We also want to target people living with HIV to educate them on access to care and treatment. Getting into treatment, we know, bolsters health outcomes, so we want to explore universal test and treat program, which I'm proud to say is already being piloted here in Phoenix. Still, we have work to do for those not virally suppressed, so we hope to increase the number of people living with HIV not virally suppressed from 51% to 80%. And our last goal is to increase the number of people linked to care from 63% to 85%, which will help achieve our virally suppressed goals. The next presenter.
Mayor and City Council, thank you again for supporting this important global initiative here in the City of Phoenix. So our last critical goal is to eliminate the stigma of HIV by educating the community that this is no longer a deadly disease. Stigma still represents a major barrier for HIV reduction. People whose status is revealed intentionally or accidentally are still to this day threatened with loss of housing, loss of employment, and loss of social support networks, including from their own friends and family. The stigma that people carry internally can have devastating consequences. The fear of being branded as HIV positive keeps many people from even getting tested, which in turn can lead to more infections because they don't know that they are infected. And those who know that they have HIV may be afraid to seek treatment because they are afraid of being found out. This fear leads to sicker, more expensive people to treat later on down the line. This is why our goals are to address all elements of HIV-related stigma, develop an anti-stigma social media campaign that leads to zero stigma in the community, and implement a marketing campaign so that HIV-positive people can understand what protections they do have so they don't have to live in fear. Thank you again.
Mayor and members of the council, this concludes our presentation, and so we have before you today staff's request City Council approval of the Fast Track Cities Local Action Plan. With the approval of this plan, it will ensure that staff continue to work with our community partners to achieve the goals that we set forth today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Janovich, for that. So the recommendation on the table is to approve the plan, the Fast Track Cities Plan, knowing that this is the beginning. This is the plan in place, but now we have to actually go out and implement the plan. So before I turn over to council member for any question or comments or even a motion, I just want to say to the group, thank you. I'm honored that you chose the city of Phoenix to come to put together this plan and help implement the plan, knowing that we don't normally do public health. That actually is not a function of the city of Phoenix, but it took a little bit of education for me, for the community to point out that they're not really asking us to do public health, but to be a convener, bring the appropriate groups that can implement this plan to the table, use the bully pulpit that we're blessed with to help raise awareness, get you inside some rooms that maybe otherwise couldn't have gotten into, and to help make sure that everyone's doing their part to move forward the plan, though we're not actually a healthcare organization. And it was brilliant. And I really want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to help guide this process and obviously moving forward to help make sure that, assuming this passes, that the plan actually gets fully implemented, because it makes a huge difference. Big picture, this perception that fighting AIDS is somehow unachievable, that it's a disease that is not something that we can't do anything about. The facts are very different. We actually can put a plan in place that will end HIV and AIDS as an epidemic in our community. We just need to be smart about it. And I think this plan gives us the tools to be really smart about it. So thank you for doing that. Vice Mayor, I'll hand it over to you for a motion and any comments you may have.
I move approval of the Fast Track Cities Plan. My one last comment was I had the pleasure of co-chairing this committee. It was a really exciting committee for me to be part of, only because not only did I learn a lot, but the other piece was everyone was very committed and spent a lot of time making sure that we would meet our 3 focus areas and develop a solid plan in order to implement. So I commend everybody for doing that. So thank you.
All right, so the motion is in favor. Is there a second? Councilman Valenzuela?
Yes, sir. I'll second, and I do have just a few comments.
Okay, I
there.
appreciate that. And then we do have a few cards as well, so I want to make sure I get to the members of the public who are here to testify.
You know what? Let's go ahead and do that first.
Okay, thank you for accommodating. John Saparo is first, followed by Peter Taylor, followed by Glenn Spencer. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. It was very nice not to trip on my way up like I did last time as well. So, I'm John Saparo. I'm the office chief for the HIV prevention program at Arizona Department of Health Services. 2 years ago, my program and the Ryan White Part A and B HIV Services Cares program embarked on a goal to create a statewide plan to effectively end the HIV epidemic in Arizona. And over that 2 years, we ended up with a wonderful plan called Victory Over HIV, the main goal of which was to mobilize the community to do the things that we couldn't do. And I have to say, it worked, and I'm really, really proud of that, because we were able to we were approached by a group of private medical providers who came to us and said, John, the information that you shared with us doesn't work. It isn't right. We need to be doing more. And here's how we want to do more. We want to approach the mayor to become a fast-track city, have Phoenix become a fast-track city. And that worked. And that was phenomenal. And we celebrated that success. I had the opportunity to share and celebrate that success further this past week. I attended the U.S. Conference on AIDS, and during one of the lunch plenary sessions, I had the honor to be a speaker, and when I shared that Phoenix is now a fast-track city, I had the tremendous privilege to hear over 2,000 of my peers cheer us on. So congratulations for doing wonderful work. And I would like to cheer on everybody that's on the Fast Track Committee, because you have renewed my passion and my desire to do great things in the community. And you have renewed my passion and desire to do great things in the community. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and I hope you approve the plan.
Thanks, John, for those great comments. Peter Taylor is next. Peter?
On behalf of the Ad hoc Committee, I'd like to take a minute to express our gratitude to the Mayor Stanton and the council members for your approval of the plan today. It was just over a year ago now when Mayor Stanton agreed to meet with Kirk Baxter, Glenn Spencer, John Sapero, Dr. Vanig, and myself to ask him to join with other major cities by signing Phoenix to the Paris Proclamation. Mayor, you asked good questions and dug right in thinking of specific ways you could help Phoenix achieve the 90-90-90-0 goals. And so we thank Mayor Stanton for your dedicated and thoughtful leadership in helping end this epidemic, not only with a proclamation, but now with a concrete plan. Also, thanks must go to co-chairs Vice Mayor Pastor and Councilman Valenzuela for your passion, dedication, and effective leadership and development of the plan. You have brought together and led an amazing team with a diverse pool of knowledge and capabilities, state and county professionals, aid service organizations, community leaders, and volunteers all sharing in our common goal. Your leadership in this broad collaboration has been essential in coming up with this effective plan. We also want to thank the Mayor and Council for approving city resources to this important cause. The help of Deanna Jonovich, Tamara Spendley, and Martin Whitfield has been instrumental in getting us here today. They have provided the glue that put this plan together. Dr. Ben Young, Chief Medical Officer of the sponsor of the initiative, stated that Phoenix investment in the initiative is likely the largest of all the global fast-track cities. Based on his global experience with the initiative, he has been particularly impressed with the Phoenix team's scope, commitment, and effort, and he believes that Phoenix can and will achieve the goals. So thank you, Mayor, council members, co-chairs, and committee members for all your time, passion, and talent that shines a positive light on Phoenix by helping our city be a leader and example to other cities in ending this epidemic.
Thank you, Peter, very much for those great comments. Glenn Spencer is next.
My name is Glenn Spencer. I'm the Executive Director at Aunt Rita's Foundation and very, very proud to serve on the Ad hoc Committee, and also very honored to receive the support of you, Mayor Stanton, and Vice Mayor Pastor, and Councilman Valenzuela. Your efforts to help us eradicate HIV in our community is really phenomenal. We have an amazing partner in the City Manager's Office and Tamara Spendley and what she's doing. I also want to let you know the significance of what this means to us, because not only are we receiving your support in the community to help raise the issue of HIV/AIDS awareness for everybody, for every single Phoenician, so that they can be tested and that they can get into care if they happen to be HIV positive like myself. But Aunt Rita's Foundation is leveraging the Fast Track City label to get additional grants from private foundations. And to date, this year, we've already received in excess of $42,000 in grants as a result of this partnership. We have $25,000 more, so it may grow through the year. So this initiative, we are leveraging this to get more dollars into our city to do better work, to educate medical professionals, to educate social service professionals, and educate our community members about this cause. So this is personal to me. Thank you for what you're doing, and we will be with you in this fight until we are finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn, for your words and your leadership. I have no other cards on item number 1. Councilman Valenzuela, do you have any comments? You did second the motion.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mayor. I want to thank every person that's been part of this effort, that will continue to be part of this effort. And frankly, he's been part of this effort prior to us pulling together something called a Fast Track City effort for Phoenix. You are all just incredible people and role models, and I really enjoyed getting to know you and learning from you every day, and I want to continue that. Mayor, thank you for standing up for issues like this as a mayor. I think it's important for our city. Vice Mayor, thank you for your leadership on this issue, and your willingness to want to just getting it right, and of course our city staff, the people that we have around the table and the people who support them. This is putting Phoenix in a very good light. It's doing the right thing. When I was, it's very personal to me, and I wish I could be there, and I apologize that I'm not there in person. That was when I was, younger. The first role model that I remember having in my
Councilman
life.
Valenzuela, just a moment. Let's see. Councilman Williams, are you on the phone as well?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
All right, because I think someone was hitting numbers there. We're catching numbers being dialed there. Okay, Councilman Valenzuela, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just mentioning that when I was younger, when I was a little boy, the first role model I remember having in my life was my oldest brother, who's 12 years older, Manuel. Manuel was just an incredible person, and he was not only my big brother, but again, he was the first role model that I remember having. He was loving, hardworking, kind, honest, very protective, and I'm the youngest of six, so he was protective of all of us. But I was the youngest in the family, so especially me, and I benefited from that. We lost him when I was only 18 to HIV. This was the early 90s, and we can remember what that was like. On this topic, there wasn't as much information then as there is today. There was a whole lot more fear then. Not to say there is no fear today. And when we lost him, we really didn't have much time with him from the time we learned of what was really happening to the time he left us. He didn't know his status in time. He didn't get help in time. He didn't talk about it in part for fear of being stigmatized. And that's what this effort is all about. It's about, of course, ending the epidemic of AIDS and HIV. And it is also about ending the stigma as well. Some of the most incredible, most resourceful servant leaders we have are living with HIV, and they're incredible role models. We heard today, and so part of this obviously is to end the end the epidemic, but also end the stigma. And since getting elected and serving with my colleagues on the council, with all of you on the council, I feel like we've done some really good things. I've had the honor to work on education initiatives, health initiatives, economic development initiatives, infrastructure, all the things that make up a world-class city. And I have to say, this is just one of the most honorable things, one of the most meaningful efforts that I've been a part of, and I look forward to continuing that work. So I second the motion, and again, I want to thank everyone involved, and I'm obviously supportive.
Thank you very much, Councilman Valenzuela, for your leadership on 9990, and obviously sharing your personal story of loss. We're so sorry, but turning that into a positive thing here today is really beautiful. Thank you, Councilman Valenzuela. I'll now turn to other members of the council. Any comments? Councilwoman Stark, please.
Thank you, Mary. I had an opportunity to see a sneak preview of the presentation at the last Board of Directors meeting for the Southwest Center HIVs and AIDS. And I do want to thank you, Mayor, and the Vice Mayor and the Councilman for your leadership on this issue. It's truly an important issue, and I will be supporting the recommendation today. But I want to give special thanks to Gary and Kirk, friends of mine that served on this task force. I really appreciate the work you have done in the field of HIV and AIDS. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Other comments by members of the council? Councilman Nowakowski, please.
Mayor, I was just looking at this chart, and it looks like 41% of the new cases happen to be Hispanic. So is there a certain program, or is there a language barrier maybe, or is there groups out there that have Spanish-speaking programs that can actually go out there and do the outreach and actually provide services?
That's a great question in terms of the increase in number seems to be in communities of color disproportionately. How does the fast track plan deal with communities of color?
Council member, with Chicanos por la Causa, and we have a specific program, Luces Latinos Unidos contra el SIDA, that specifically focuses on that Hispanic population here in Maricopa County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Gallego, please.
Thank you. I want to thank Mayor Stanton for getting us to this important point, and Vice Mayor Pastor and Councilman Valenzuela for their leadership on this effort, especially for Councilman Valenzuela for really putting a face on this, that this is about individuals. Almost everyone here has been touched directly or indirectly by this, and the fact that we are all pitching in to end it as a public health threat once and for all is great news. We're really trying to teach the real facts and pursue effective relationships. So thank you to the task force and the pillar leaders for their great work in this, although the hard work is still to come. Councilman Nowakowski mentioned the impact on the Hispanic community, and there's also great work being done in the African American community. So I wanted to once again recognize the Arizona Community Foundation and the Black Philanthropy Initiative, which are both working very hard to end the stigma and to fight AIDS. And for people who are interested in more information, blackhivaz.org is a great resource. Also wanted to recognize the Because We Care campaign with Nina Aponte Jenkins that are working on education issues and did a great event, a 3-day event over Labor Day weekend with mobile testing, resource tables from Ebony's House, Mountain Park, and others, as well as local business. There is so much happening in our community on these issues. Our housing department is doing great work through the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS program. We have a good story to tell, and with the leadership from the Vice Mayor and Councilman, we can do more to tell it. So I look forward to supporting this item.
Thank you very much. Any other comments by members of the council? All right. There is a motion on the item to support the plan. There is a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thanks for the great work and look forward to continued partnership. Thanks so much, 9090 team.
And if you like our shirts, they're available.
Those are cool shirts. All right. Our next item on the agenda is item number 2. Item number 2 is consideration of the citizen petition related to the Chinese Cultural Center. City Manager, I don't know if you can give a quick, or someone on your team, give a quick explanation of what the citizen petition asked for.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The citizen petition was submitted a week ago, almost 2 weeks ago, and we have today with our planning department, Mario Paniagua's deputy city manager, our planning director, Alan Stevenson, our historic preservation officer, Michelle Dodds is here, and I'll turn it over to Mario and Alan and Michelle to give a quick update on this item and turn it back to you.
Yes, thank you, Ed, Mayor, members of the council. As Ed said, I'm here with Planning Director Alan Stevenson and Historic Preservation Officer Michelle Dodds to provide information regarding a petition submitted by Mr. Raymond Tang at City Council's August 30th formal meeting, requesting the City Council enact a measure to preserve the Chinese Cultural Center. The Chinese Cultural Center opened 20 years ago in 1997. Several members of the community have expressed interest in preserving the property. Alan Stevenson is here to provide information about the unique circumstances of this property and some of the challenges being faced. Alan?
Mayor, members of council, thank you. Staff understands the importance of the Chinese Cultural Center to the community, but recommends that the petition be denied and no formal city council action be taken at this time. The parcel enjoys significant property rights and it is zoned C2 with mid-rise zoning. The C2 zoning allows for up to 190 feet in building height. It does have density waivers and a parking reduction waiver that all increase the value of that property. Those zoning entitlements date back to 1988. In addition, because of Proposition 207, which is known as the Private Property Rights Protection Act, It requires that any governmental land use action that diminishes the rights of an owner is subject to paying monetary damages for the loss of value of that parcel. So if the city council were to approve any action that limited their zoning rights, the city would have to pay for the lost value related to those development rights. In addition, because the historic preservation function requires that there be studies done to ascertain whether or not a parcel is historically significant, and we do not have that information at this time. So we cannot support recommending the council to move this petition forward at this time. With that, Michelle and I are happy to answer any questions.
All right. Is that the staff? Okay. Because this is a formal item, normally it would be on our formal agenda, but in order to meet the charter requirements on a citizen petition, we had to add it on to a policy agenda. Before we can continue to proceed, we need to call the roll. I apologize.
Councilman DeCiccio. Here. Councilwoman Gallego.
Here.
Councilman Nowakowski.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark. Councilman Valenzuela.
Here.
Councilman Waring. Councilwoman Williams. Vice Mayor Pastor.
Here.
Mayor Stanton.
Here. Okay, so my proposed way to proceed, we have numerous cards of folks wishing to testify on this item, is to turn it over to Councilwoman Gallego. It's her district. See if she has a motion. See if there's a second on that item. Then the public can provide commentary on that motion. I know there was some confusion about whether you are in favor or opposed to the item, and people were confused. That's totally understandable. On another day, Mr. City Manager, we're going to have to fix that because it is confusing to people about, since they haven't actually put a motion on the table, whether they're favor or opposed. We can probably do better wording on the cards, but we'll fix that for the future. But for today, I think the best way to operate is see if the councilwoman for the district has a motion, see if there's a second, hear from the public, and then turn it over to the council for questions or comments. Councilwoman.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for coming here today. It is clear that this is an important item to many in our community, including people outside of the traditional boundaries of Phoenix. I think I saw one of my colleagues who serves on the Chandler City Council here, as well as many leaders throughout the community. So thank you for your time and interest. The Chinese Cultural Center is in the district that I represent and have heard from many of you and met with you. So thank you for your passion for our community and for your interest. At the same time, it's our practice in the city of Phoenix on historic preservation to not place a historic preservation overlay on a property against the wishes of a property owner, so we need to respect that as we move forward. I'm looking forward to hearing from everyone today, and we heard from Ellen Stevenson that we do not have the data on the historic property survey on this, so we need to address that. I move that we request that staff accept a private donation from the Chinese United Association of Greater Phoenix to fund a survey on this issue. This survey should expand the Asian American Historic Property Survey from 1960 to 1997, when the Chinese Cultural Center was constructed. The results of this survey will be made publicly available and presented to the Historic Preservation Commission for review. This survey should be completed as expeditiously as possible.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Now, as I said, I'll turn it over to the community. I believe at least for the most part, the order I was requested by Mr. Paul Gilbert, counsel for the Chinese United, to put the cards in a certain order. To the best of my ability, I have done so. I may have messed up one or two, but we'll try to go in the order requested by the community. And Paul Gilbert, I did ask him to put it in order, and he put himself first. So Mr. Paul Gilbert, you are first. To the microphone. Counsel for Chinese United.
Paul's always first.
Thank you for your record. My name is Paul Gilbert, 701 North 44th Street. I apologize at the beginning for my hubris in putting myself first. However, there was some pragmatic considerations in that. I think we can shorten our time together if I could clarify several issues at the outset, and therefore, with the permission of my constituents, I admit it. And I would like to know, on other zoning hearings, may I also request to be first, Mr. Mayor? I just wondered if that was a possibility. So
we will take that on a case-by-case basis.
All right, fine, thank you. I represent the Chinese United Association of Greater Phoenix. I'm very proud to represent this group, and they are very passionate, as our district representative has indicated in her prefatory remarks about this issue. The Chinese Cultural Center is a vital and important project for them. It is part of their community, and they are very, very interested in seeing that it is preserved. Let me just begin by saying that a few general comments about why this is of such vital importance to the Chinese American community and simultaneously the city of Phoenix. As with the case in many historic preservation items, it's as important to Phoenix as it is to the people that are directly involved. Such is clearly the case here. The Chinese Cultural Center provides inspiration to the Chinese community. It is a place of religious observance. It is a reflection of the Chinese community's contribution to Phoenix. It displays Chinese architecture and methods of construction not seen in many places outside of China itself. Importantly, it provides an educational forum for thousands of students. It is a place of gathering for the Chinese community. We hold festivals, holidays, historical events, weddings, and a plethora of other activities that are very integral to and important to the Chinese community. There is no question that the Chinese Cultural Center has become an iconic landmark that brings recognition to Phoenix's commitment to diversity. I think this is vindicated most powerfully and empirically by the fact that the mayor and members of the council, I may be off a little bit, but we have close to 200 people here who are attending on behalf of the Chinese community. So it's of vital importance to us. I think you're aware of that. Pardon me for reviewing with you just briefly some of the reasons why it is so important. Now, one thing, thank you for clarifying, Mayor. We got very confused, and I didn't get here early enough. I told everybody to mark that they were in favor, but apparently it was interpreted that if you marked in favor, you were in favor of the staff report for denial. I thought that marking it in favor meant we were in favor of the petition. So,
for purposes of the record, your interpretation will be utilized, and so in favor means in favor of, I guess, the motion made by Councilman Gallego, assuming you're in favor of that. We're going to get to that point.
I am.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. We'll get to that with some dispatch. But unfortunately, I didn't talk to everyone, so some marked that they were against because they were told differently. I think you can safely assume that 99% of the cards that have been filled out by the 200 people that are here are in support of the motion articulated by Councilman Gallego. Thank you, Mayor. That was spontaneous. I didn't ask for that, just for the record. All right.
Mr. Gilbert usually does not get applause at zoning hearings.
I know. It is, and I must say, I'm basking in the enjoyment. So thank you very much. Thank you. All right. I'd like to clarify our petition request. I admit that perhaps it was not as clear as it could have been when the initial petition was filed with the city. But I want to clarify what our petition request is, and then also briefly, Mayor, to discuss the zoning on the property, because as we reason together, I think it's of vital importance that we focus on the current zoning, given the reference from the staff report. So, our goal is we would eventually like to achieve a finding through the historic preservation process of a determination of exceptional importance for the Chinese Cultural Center. That's what this is all about. This is what hopefully this motion will lead to. It doesn't have to happen, we understand that. But in visiting with Michelle Dodge, who has been very helpful, she gave us some very good advice. She indicated in conversations and in a memo to me that our request for consideration of historic preservation was still lacking in what she calls the broader context, and that the city did not have sufficient context to make a determination as to whether the property qualified for the exceptional significance category. The survey that was done, and I believe the title of that is the Asian Community American Historic Property Survey. For convenience purposes, I'll just call it the survey, was done and involved the Asian community, but it stopped in 1960. The Cultural Center wasn't built until beginning of 1997, so obviously that survey didn't include our property. Michelle indicated then that if we really wanted to give them the tools that they needed to analyze to see whether we qualified for historic preservation, that we needed to update that survey. That is what we're all about. So we're asking today, consistent with the motion that is made, is that you instruct your staff to pursue the survey and to provide the context so there can be a full review and a complete review to determine whether this property is worthy of the exceptional importance designation for historic preservation. Now, I'd like to also briefly touch on perhaps a more delicate subject, and that is we're very concerned, and I'm not casting stones on the owner of the property. We say on the record and we commit that we want to sit down and work with them. They have made us an offer. Frankly, it came in the form of a press release, so we didn't understand it to be an offer. But we're willing to sit down and work with them, and we want to do that. Our concern is what happens in the interim. If this survey is taking place and an analysis is being done to put the Cultural Center in proper context, to use the words of Michelle Dodge, we're hurting in a very obvious way that if True North proceeds to demolish any of the building, we don't have the authority right now to stop him from doing that, and we're not asking the City Council for some type of specific mandate from the council to stop the demolition, but we are hopeful that you might be willing as a City Council to give a word of encouragement to True North, the owner of the property, to let the historic preservation process go forth and to not demolish or close down the Chinese garden during the period of time that this historic preservation activity is taking place. Now, lastly, I want to talk just briefly about the zoning. We do take some solace in the current restrictions on the zoning on the subject property. Some of you were on the council when it came before you. You know it was sold to you on the basis of being a Chinese cultural center. So the minutes talk about that, but more importantly, because it's the stipulations, as we all know, not being pedantic here, that guides our process here, and these stipulations were reaffirmed in 2007 by the City Council. Importantly, a site plan was stipulated for the Chinese Cultural Center. And that site plan clearly denotes buildings, the gardens, and the circulation. The stipulation specifically says that the development has to be in general conformance to that site plan. And interestingly, which is unusual for a zoning case, in this case, the stipulation specifically says if you're going to amend that site plan, you got to come back and have a hearing before the Planning Commission. So we wish to put on the record as a reminder to all within my ear today that there is a stipulation that says you've got to comply with the site plan. If you're going to change it, you got to come back and have a public hearing before the Planning Commission. We thank you very much for your attention, and we hope that you take cognizance of the importance of this cultural center to the Chinese community. We appreciate the motion, and we're looking forward to working with the city on this project and going forward.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Next speaker.
So, Mayor, can we
You have a question for-
questions, or can we let-
You have a question?
Just about the stipulation, is that true, or?
Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, there are stipulations in place for this project. Mr. Gilbert is correct. There's a general conformance stipulation as well as a stipulation that does require the Planning Commission to hear something if they wish to amend the stipulations. So there's an element that is built in that would require a public hearing, but there are also property rights associated with that existing general conformance site plan that the city wouldn't be able to stop and wouldn't have rights to review if they stayed within that general conformance. So for example, if they were to take out some of the roof tiles and those things, that's not part of that site plan, and they would be permitted to do that and still be in conformance with the general conformance requirement of the site plan. So I just want to make that clear on the record that there's some protection, but it's not as much as some in the community may like.
But now the gardens would be protected, right?
So Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, there is a stipulation for gardens on there, but it doesn't say what type of garden has to be in there in terms of the materials and those things that would be in the garden. So as long as they had some type of garden, and the zoning ordinance does allow for 10% flexibility related to general conformance, and as such, staff would have to make an interpretation with that 10% flexibility as that garden changed.
As I read some of the minutes in the past, it was sold to us as a Chinese cultural center with a Chinese garden. So wouldn't it include a Chinese garden?
Mayor, members of council, that is certainly something that staff would bring up and try and talk with an applicant about, but as you know from your prior dealings on these things, what matters is what do the legal stipulations say at the end of the day, and it doesn't say general conformance with a garden with specific regard to Chinese cultural elements, artwork. Those things aren't in there, and so staff would not have as good of a tool to require those to be in place.
Mayor, I'd like to ask Mr. Gilbert his opinion on that.
All right, Mr. Gilbert, I'm assuming you have a different opinion.
Your assumption is correct, Mayor and Councilman Nowakowski. The stipulation says general conformance with the site plan. That site plan shows the Chinese garden in exactly the configuration it is now. And the word garden is written on there, and there's a circumference and a boundary all the way around. I submit that you cannot change that garden absolutely without violating that general conformance standard, and hence it requires a hearing before the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, do any other members have a question for Mr. Gilbert or staff? We got a lot of cards to get through. Councilwoman Stark, please.
Mr. Gilbert, if you... I've always wanted to quiz Mr. Gilbert.
I'm flattered.
So I just want you, if they want to do, let's say, a tenant improvement, would you be opposed to that? Because my understanding is they may have already applied for a tenant improvement. Maybe I'm wrong. That is internal to the building. What if they've already moved on that? I'm just concerned.
Yes. Mayor and Councilwoman Stark, we are cognizant of the fact that the site plan stipulation basically doesn't control the internal part of the building. So we have no legal remedy to prohibit them from doing that. Only if they change the site plan does the zoning stipulation apply. Sure.
Councilman Tisi, you have a question for Mr. Gilbert or for staff on this issue?
I do. And this goes back to the site plan. And before I get into that, I'd like to tell you your attorney does an amazing job up here. I mean, he presents an argument that's very strong. I was here in the 90s and actually negotiated this agreement. So even though it may not say Chinese garden, no, but it was very clear when we did these negotiations. I want to make this clear to staff and to Mr. Gilbert. It was extremely clear what was supposed to be happening here. It was complicated at the time because you had the Taiwanese community, then you had the mainland Chinese community actually came together and worked together back then. And it was spectacular. It was beautiful, and that's what this was. It was a commitment that was made. If you look at the commitment that the Chinese community has made, the Asian community, and primarily the Chinese community to Phoenix, it's extremely significant. Likewise, the city of Phoenix made a commitment back in the 90s when we negotiated this agreement that this is what it was going to be. So when we look at this, when we look at general conformance, and it does say garden in there, it may not say the word Chinese garden in there, but I think everybody understood what it meant back in the 90s because I was here when we approved this agreement. Like I said, it was complicated, and we went through that. So from my end of it, I know this is going to have to come back, and I'm going to give an encouragement to everybody to work together, as you had suggested, Mr. Gilbert. I'm going to see this as an affront and a problem if the developer comes in there, wants to demolish the building, take away a lot of those items and those areas that are very unique to the Chinese community in the building. They may feel that they can do that, but it's going to be a problem when they come through, at least from my end, when they have to come through and want to change that site plan, because that's what they're going to need to do. The other part of it is, and I think you need to drill this home, is that there are artifacts, there are things unique to that building that there are nowhere else in the valley or in the state. I mean, anywhere else, quite frankly. They came in from China, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
A lot of that was shipped in.
Correct.
So, I mean, when we look at the survey, I'd like to make sure staff, I assume we're going to be doing it, but you're paying for it, correct? Or how's this working?
In concept, we are. We found out just how much it cost, so took our breath away, so we're working on that.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I want to make sure we have clarity on that. But to staff, there are going to be items that the building itself may not be hit the 50-year mark, but there will be items and material on that site that will be over 50 years old. We're talking about $1,000. So that alone, my children are from China, just so you know. They're beautiful. They're outstanding girls. But, and they are really outstanding. But I want to make sure that we take a look, and when we do the survey also identifies each of those artifacts that could be over that age period. I want to make sure that staff looks at the site plan, what was approved back in the 90s, reaffirmed back in 2007. When we talk about general conformity, that garden is there. Like I said, it may not say Chinese garden, but it's pretty clear what we meant. And if anyone, I mean, I know what we meant because I negotiated this building. And so I want to make sure that we include all that. Is there anything else we need, Mr. Gilbert?
No, I would just supplement that by saying there's also another stipulation that I didn't have time to talk about where they have to get permission from the Arts Commission.
That's true.
And much of the statuaries that are there were done in connection with the Arts Commission. So they satisfied the Art Commission by putting the Chinese art there, and that's another stipulation that they were required to comply with.
Good point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any other council member have a question for Mr. Gilbert? All right. Typically, this is a unique matter because it came up as a citizen petition, but it is a zoning matter. Normally, we do give the lawyer for an applicant and the other side additional time. Now I'll be asking people to keep their comments to 2 minutes or less because we do have a huge number of cards here. The next speaker will be Mr. Raymond Tang, followed by Miss Elizabeth Mann, Mr. Tang, and then Miss Mann. It won't be a hard 2 minutes, so obviously if you're in the middle of a point, you could finish that point, but in general, we want to be respectful to everyone so we get through our business. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor and members of the Phoenix City Council. I'm Raymond Tang, President of the Chinese United Association Greater Phoenix. We are an umbrella organization for currently 19 nonprofit service clubs in local Chinese American community. some of whom are almost century old, such as the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Many of our local communities have been owners of business, and I myself have been so for 35 years. We all recognize there's a vital, proper role for business and professions, and we honor and support all business, including larger and corporate business. At the same time, our local community has always been deeply aware of our ancestral cultural heritage. As such, as we have worked gladly and contribute in many ways to growth and prosperity of this city and all Arizona, we have always viewed the heritage as part of our gift to our friends and neighbors in many civic and charitable activities. I regret that our committee is now deeply distressed and humbly ask that you honored and the city administration do what you can to help us to find a positive and a win-win pathway forward. Thank you. I'm pleased to save my time and yield to Elizabeth Mann, if I could, who had a unique role to request the former Mayor Skip Ramser to develop and open the Chinese Cultural Center and Garden. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tang. Ms. Mann is next, who's warned me she may go a little over 2 minutes, which will be okay. But just again, we have probably, I'm guessing 30 to 40 cards here. Ms. Mann, great to see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilwoman. And I know, sorry. Well, I'm very honored to be invited to speak today. And 20 years ago, I was here, not this room, when in the City Hall, and talking to city about developing this project. And I got lots of support from the state, from the city. I was hoping to get a PPT presentation, but I know you didn't have the facility, I was told. So I appreciate you giving me a little time to show you at least the board. The commitment was from the city and the Chinese community. And you wanted us to build something that's extraordinary, that fitting Phoenix's reputation as a new, vibrant city. And I think on the zoning side, I could add a little piece. You know, I knew I was the one negotiated with the city, and it was definitely for the Chinese Cultural Center. Has to be a Chinese Cultural Center. That was a difficult zoning case, and we worked together. I even had a city official to go to China with me. You probably could recognize this particular gentleman, you know, David Kreider. He actually, with another person from the city economic development department, went to China and convinced the United States, the embassy in China, to get a special visa for 30 master craftsperson to come here to install this garden. This garden was not just a garden, or the roof tile is just not another roof tile. This has to be prefabricated in China, all manually, by over 100 people before they can made. Everything was used for, you know, for authentic Chinese building. Yet last night, when I was told I don't have lots of time to speak, and I cannot give you visual assistance, so I emailed every one of you. I hope you received it. Some video from the United Nations Historical World Heritage Site. You would see on this roof tiles, this, for example, I'm going to show you the carving technology for this stone carving, all man-made, 6 months per each craftsperson for over 60 people who hand did it from this stone. This stone, by the way, is actually from the Suzhou called Golden Mountain. The same stone that is used to build Forbidden City today is very much protected by government. You wouldn't get any piece of it, even including any piece, the stone on the pillar side, the base. You know, I hope there's a True North Company representatives here. You know, I always like the opportunity to tell you how valuable this building is, in case you have not heard from that. This stone in China is a secret, only used to build Forbidden City, and for Ming Palace, for a few more different historical sites. No one else has the same stone. It's a different stone. And someone was suggesting to remove that. I was just trying to caution you. That's for your consideration. I also get you the best. On the side, the United Nations, in 2009, proclaimed these artifacts, this technology to wood structure by not building them like with nails. No nails. It's intangible world heritage. And this one, you can see throughout the whole center was building like that. It was all handmade and so that exactly how the video was show you. And it was secretly done because every craftsperson during the construction has to be vegetarian, has to bath every day, and have to bless everything before they take this venture. So it's not that just another building. And you would say that the roof tile, only the royals can do it. I'm going to produce to you the 4 letters, the architect, and who actually is the same architect for us, also the same architect who built the Ming Garden in the Metropolitan Museum in 1978. And she is the master, the only one master now in China who can design this kind of a thing. And she was writing in her 4-letter, tell you how valuable what Phoenix has. Every roof tile, and it was handpicked out of 4 million pieces to get 1 million pieces on the top. This from the special clay. They make in China the special purple pot. This clay, usually the father put in their pit for the children to use in order to make sure it's totally soaked. There's no bubble, and all the color in that clay was not a chemical, but a mineral. And this is, in order to accomplish it today, if you see the uniform color on the roof, this is not easy. Those factories no longer exist because of the family factories, called royal factories. Today, if you want to buy it, it's all machine made. But 20 years ago, China was different than 20 years later today. I do hope people know the value of that. This is why the United Nations now recognize in 2009 the skill lost. Those people can carve. This is a rock. And I went to the mountain. This is the results. You would never see anything. This is not one piece. By the time they finish, it's one piece. Every piece is minimum at 100 pounds. The city will probably remember how they have the hard lifting things to do that. And with that said, I got the city the best architect, who is known architect. We got the best craftsman. The craftsman also is from the Frequent Hill group. These people, the same people, actually built the Forbidden City. Their ancestors are known because, I don't have time, but you can go to research. China Ming Dynasty was the capital in Nanjing, where these people are. Then when the uncle took over the power of the nephew, he was afraid to live there. He has to move to Beijing, which you know that, and the Forbidden City. So this group of people, the ancestor designed and built the Forbidden City. Same material, and if you go to research on the line, I think that's why the United Nations proclaimed their technical as a intangible world heritage. So,
Ms. Mann, the motion was whether or not we should move forward with a study and whether it qualifies for our historic preservation ordinance. So
I didn't finish. Sorry, give me 4 minutes. Okay. So one more thing I want to tell people is this is not just another garden. The Master Year's letter, which I will leave with all of you, it says, when she built in 1978, when Metropolitan Museum asked to build Ming Garden, they built some Ming-style garden, Ming-style construction. When we built it, we wanted her to showcase the best city, so she showcased the most famous historical building in 5 cities from China. Everything's replica. So for example, you could tell this is a G20 meeting. Some of you probably see that. This year, all the president of the country goes there. This is an authentic building. That's the original one. And this is what we have. Identical, the same. You could see this is what we have here. This is what it was. And there's another building, the Surge Pavilion building. So this one is United Nations World Heritage, was a proclaimed building. This is what it was there. This is what it is. We have. When we built it, was not they didn't get a title, so we were able to copy them. Today, such copy is prohibited. So this is the only building outside China, which is this building. So I can tell you also about I'm going to leave you some drive to upload, just in case, because I cannot see that. If you want to watch it, how the tile was made is for Forbidden City, how many years they have to soak the dirt, how they manually do it. Every piece is art. It's an intangible assets Phoenix City have. You know, I hope the city would appreciate that. Before, I'm not here to argue anything. I was asked to tell the facts. And I want to tell the facts is, as a developer, you know, I want to confirm there is a zoning restriction and a commitment. It's for cultural elements. I signed the zoning application. I also signed the CCNRs in the CCNR Condominium Association and to host cultural elements for the community. So this whole thing was designed as a square for the community gathering. Most of you probably have seen the Chinese weeks, you know, and so see the Chinese events, the September 11 events. We have usually 4-5 times a year, you know, and the garden was to have a few trips. When I was managing the center, and I knew there's about 7,000 people per week field trip, because we have control how many school bus can be there. Just want to see the fish and knew the history. We also have a guided tour, and we have the things. The community also watched it from happening. One more thing I want to tell people, probably some of you do not know, because 20 years ago, I was much younger then, but we have a lot of community people. They come here, watched it from happening. So you say, why there's such a big deal about it? If you show the picture to the press, they will say, these people not just put their time, they watched every day on site. And I have lots more photos about that. I also have a video about it, because I was very impressed. Not just Chinese community, the neighborhood by Gateway, the rundown property, the other people, they're in wheelchairs, they go there every day, watch. You know, I become friends with some people. Marianne, I talked to her actually 2 days ago. I told her about this hearing, and she said she wanted to be here, but her husband just passed away. You know, she wouldn't be able to make it. She was really hope, you know, someone would do something to keep it. You know, there's about at least over 100 families in the neighborhood. I think when cities study it, you could, you know, talk to these people, because this is what they have. Before the Gateway, in my time, Gateway was fenced out from the community. When I developed it, I promised the city to open that, because thanks to Councilman DeCiccio, and we opened our gate to allow the community. There's a city housing, subsidized housing, there are other people there, but they love that. And this market especially, it's not just Chinese, there's many other people to come here. So I hope, you know, my information today, I just want to say what it is probably not known to the city. And I want the city to know why the Chinese community care about it. And there was a commitment for the developer to the city, but also to the community. And this one, so as you said, you know, Councilman DeCiccio said there's religious value there. There is. This is the Chinese ancestor 5,000 years ago. When we built it, as you said, there are people fighting between mainlander or Taiwanese, you know, they're Chinese, we could fight. So we said this is our ancestor 5,000 years ago. No matter where you come from Argentina, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, mainland China, this is where we worship our ancestors. And the donor's name were carved on it. We raised over $100,000 from the community. And also you see this Confucian, and this is the Guanyin, you know, the religion's value. People go there meditating, then people go there to do weddings, family events. The center was a sacred place, and I can testify every tile, every stone, even the river rock on the floor was blessed. They are from China, everything is from China, and from the royal base factory of China, not just a very easy another garden. So I hope what I can do today is to give you information so you can talk about it. This is something Phoenix has. The fate is in your hand, in True North's hand, or in the public hands. Human being, the other day, I said I heard this from one father. He was at the center to cast a prayer when Ranch Market was forced to close. And he came here, said something, he just begged mercy. Says human beings, we do not know what power we have. It's so hard to build this something, but it's so easy to destroy it. And I hope it's not going to be destroyed in my hand. I have to do my best to come out, to let you know what it is. And I hope you could, we could communicate with a win-win-win situation. I know the Chinese community trying to talk about raising money to buy it. So not just owned by one individual, but owned by the community. So in this way, this situation will never happen again. Someone had to come here for a few $1 million, they're going to tear down. If I knew what's going to happen today, I would have done something with the city before I retired. So anyway, but I hope whatever I said will be passed along. That's why I printed my speech today to give out, and I hope you passed it on to whoever. I don't know if True North has representatives here, and I want to see him, and I will be glad to sit down, help to mediate and make sure it's a win-win position. By the way, I also carried with me the letter Madam Ye gave me to pass down to them. She begged not to have changed this for this. And you can see this is what the True North proposed. And I have no objection to its look, but it definitely, this can be replaced wherever. Phoenix has lots of space, and this is unique. Even today, if you ask me, Elizabeth, go to China, get another one built. I cannot. The craftsmen are dead, or their children will no longer be willing to work at 10 years old with their father. There's no school for it. They only learn that. In that video I'm going to give you, it shows 10 years old, they have to work until they're 20 years old, then they can start working on their own. This is a family trait for thousands of years. The tradition, the recipe, they all have as a family secrets. I can no longer do that for you. And therefore, I hope you hear this information and go to United World Heritage Site study. Go to Chinese website because there's more and more things you could find there because to the Western world, this is still new. Even to China, this is new. Everything was proclaimed in 2009. So 12 years after I built this. So Phoenix is lucky, and we had this when we still could have it. But Phoenix, I think we have to think about it. Do we want to let it be taken down in our hands? So we will have a regret in the rest of our life. I hope there's some win-win-win solution can be reached. And I do hope True North come out to talk to the community. Don't talk to lawyers. Talk to the face-to-face community. As I said, if you don't like it, as I buy clothes, don't alter it. Buy a new one. The community give you money, buy the fresh one. It doesn't make sense to tear down something because you see how many people here, they are from community. I don't even know most of them, And also understand we are in the internet era. My friends call me. There's over 1.6 billion Chinese. And so many people see they call me from Hong Kong, from Argentina, from Australia. They're watching this. And I think, as Chinese said, I want to conclude my presentation today to say, as Chinese saying, out of every worst situation, there's always something good out of this. Phoenix will be remembered. True North will be remembered. This community will be remembered over this issue, either by destroying this world heritage or by preserve it. I hope it's by the later part, so we will have a statue for everyone to write down, as Chinese monuments always had that. We still have the wall, what happened. And I think this is good because people didn't appreciate it until you're about to lose it. And it is true that the center wasn't doing good, but it's not because the center itself. And there are other reasons today that people come out. I believe the center will have a great future if we support it. And I appreciate everybody's time, and thank you very much.
I'll take it, Ms. Mann.
Mayor, may I ask you a couple questions?
Councilman Ciccio, you have a question for Ms. Mann.
How are you again?
How are you? Thank you.
Last time we saw each other, I had more hair on my head.
See, I have white hair.
You look the same, Mrs. Mann.
Thank you.
A couple things I want to make sure that are on the record, and it goes to the exceptional importance argument here. If you talk about the material that was used, the fact that, you know, it was constructed there, that there's no other building like this outside of China. I'm remembering a lot of this stuff back to, I think you forgot one little point, and I don't know how you could have because you remember everything. But you also brought in Feng Shui masters from China, I believe.
Yes, we had a Feng Shui master who is a master for Chinese President, the Chairman Mao Zedong, his family.
Right.
That's the master. He doesn't go out, but we were lucky to have him. His family was known for the I Ching family, for the I Ching family Feng Shui master, most known to China.
The other point, too, if I could make sure it gets on the record, and she brought up a really good point, and I forgot all about it. The fact of the matter is, we did help with 30 visas for people to come over here and work. That shows the commitment and the promise that was made back in the 90s. And it was a commitment. It was a promise that was made. The promise was, you build this, you work with you, but we will support you. So I want to make sure that that gets on the record as well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chek Yi is next, followed by Sam
Can I give someone
Huang.
this? Who should I give
Please,
this?
yeah, please. We'll make sure that gets to the members of the council. Chek Yi, up to 2 minutes of testimony. Sam Wong also, and then followed by Charlie, I believe it's Lau.
Lai.
Lai, I apologize. Mr. Yi.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, it was 27 years ago, more or less, that I was last here addressing this body because the parish church I was at was in the middle of a NIMBY fight. We were trying to construct senior low-income housing. Fortunately, the council, in its wisdom at that time, supported us. I find that I'm now here to hopefully avoid having to have something destroyed in the city of Phoenix. You may think from my attire that I'm foreign born, but that's not true. I was born here in Phoenix, Arizona, at what I'm told was the old St. Joseph's Hospital. I wouldn't know. I was raised by my parents who had a grocery store, like many businesses, just south of the fairgrounds. I graduated from Phoenix Union High School. The diploma on that very hot night was issued by then Governor Jack Williams. So I go back a while. I've seen this city grow a great deal, and I have greatly appreciated the growth of the city of Phoenix. I think our city government over the decades has done marvelous things. I remember going in to shop at JCPenney downtown. That downtown is now completely different. My parents, my father specifically, would take us down to the central produce terminal in the downtown area to load up for groceries and shopping. That's where he would take us kids in to learn to use a knife and fork on what he said was the best meal in America, which was ham, eggs, and hash browns. I would hate to have the most iconic structure brought down and changed. It really cannot be separated from the garden. And in the same way that you wouldn't think of publishing Beethoven's Ninth now without the Ode to Joy, I would think you would want to keep the two together.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Wang. And then Charlie Lai, followed by Frank Zhang. Up to 2 minutes again. Ms. Mann went a little bit longer because she had the donated time. Councilman, good to see you.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, it's very nice to see you here. Congratulations for your reelection, Mr. DeCiccio. I did not dress my tie and suit here because I want to pretend that I'm Phoenix resident. Unfortunately, Councilwoman Guerrero ruined the whole
You
thing.
were outed.
Yeah.
Trying to show you respect, apologize.
Yes. I understand that the staff recommends that you do nothing, but the staff made this recommendation against people's will. And we as elected officials, we are here to serve the people. We are here to do public goods. We are not. So thank you. I know there's a motion on the table, but I will hopefully our motion can go a little bit further step, like to pass a resolution or even an ordinance to preserve the Chinese garden, this garden and the artifacts. I would like to ask no, I'm not going to ask every people because I already know the answer. Everybody here believe freedom of speech. Everybody here believe freedom of religions. Everybody here believe the property rights. But let me ask, if you are not believe, you really don't deserve to be an American citizen. I'm sorry to say so, okay? But is freedom of speech allow we to use foul language to insult the people in front of their face? No. If the freedom of religions, I'm not a Muslim, I eat pork, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, but if that freedom of religions allow us to eat pork right in front of Muslim, no. And the same as when we are talking the property tax, property rights, the staff recommendation is like, okay, you are okay, we can slap you in your face on the Chinese people. Please don't do that. I understand your point, I understand your recommendation, but you know what? We are here to serve the public. And us, I couldn't say better than the people who spoke before me. They already tell you why this should be preserved. I couldn't say any better than them, but I would like to bring another aspect for your consideration. You know, you have the power. Please make the right decision for everybody here, not just for the Chinese people, also for the Phoenix, and also for the Arizona. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Lai, good to see you.
My name is Charlie Lai. I'm the owner of Super L Ranch Market, which was the anchor tenant of the Chinese Cultural Center for 20 years. And today, first of all, I would like to express my opinion on the status of Chinese Cultural Center. Yeah, because we have so many office building in Phoenix. Well, we don't really care for additional another one. But however, we only have one. There's only one Chinese Cultural Center in the city, and they're the best in the nation. It's a shame if we let it disappear. Secondly, I'm here to trying to bring back 50 jobs that's lost by somebody else's decision, a bad decision. I'm trying to bring back those 50 jobs for my employees and also stop losing other jobs from other business at the Chinese Cultural Center. It's very likely going to happen after Super L is gone. Third, I would like to bring to your attention that, I would like to tell you what kind of company, what kind of our new landlord is, what kind of plan they're going to do. Our new landlord is True North. And, after they bought the Chinese Cultural Center on June 9th, and it took only about 3 weeks for them to hand me a piece of paper. It's a very important paper in my whole life. I never faced that kind of situation. At that moment, I was totally shocked because they tried to terminate the lease and only allows me to vacate for 31 days. How can you move a business like our size in 31 days? It's almost impossible. If you decide to move your house, how many days, how many months going to take you? They only allow us 31 days, and those 31 days, I have to move out or sell out, liquidate more than $1 million worth of inventory, and also a bunch of equipment, including walk-in coolers, freezers. Especially the most important thing is we spend almost $200,000 for a cooling or water cooling tower last year in August. So we have no way to move everything out in 31 days. Then this tells you what kind of company they are. They don't care. They do everything just based on their own benefit. They don't care what's going to happen, right? So how many people are going to lose their job? How much money we're going to lose for their stupid decision? And after this, from the beginning to the end, they lie all the way. So that's not true north. They are untrue north. Okay? The first lie they have is they kick us out, but they don't admit. They told all the media that we move at our own will because we cannot survive. Our business is bad. We have to move out. We have to close our door, actually. That's what they say to the media, to the lawyers, to the Chinese community, and it's everywhere in the newspaper, in any publications. And I'm here to tell you, it's not true. It's a big lie. I have the proof for you. That's including the letter that they give us, the termination letter they give to us. So that's the first lie they get what they did. And I don't have much time to tell everybody in this room how many more lies they did to us. I'm going to tell you another one is because they try to cover their lie, and we have our moving announcement to the public, and they want us to tear it down, and then instead put the one they make for us, and they send their people into our premises and post the announcement, the moving announcement, that to their benefit. And I never have this happen in this country. This kind of censorship on our announcement. They shouldn't do that, but because the reason they do it because they try to take all those words that have anything to do with Super L is forced out by the landlord. So they are lying. They try to cover their lie. So that's what they did. And the final one, the final lie they did to us is because our last day was August 31st. And at the midnight of that day, we were locked, the lock was changed. So we were locked out. We have to move out everything, try to move out everything as much as possible. But unfortunately, we only can manage to move out 13 bigger items. That's all we can do, 13 bigger items. And next day, when we try to hire trucks to move out all those 13 items, only one item we were not able to take it. We will be back to take it, which is a forklift. You know how much a new forklift is going to cost? All right? It's going to cost more than $10,000 for a brand new forklift. And when we come back, after we move the first time 3 trucks, and then come back try to move this piece of property, and they say we couldn't do it because they say they thought we abandoned this piece because it's left there unattended. So they thought we we abandoned. So can you believe it's true or it's a lie? So from the beginning to the end, out to our last day, they were lying. So, you know, they have this kind of habit of lying.
So I think
if
your
they
testimony, it's gone well over the 2 minutes,
Okay.
probably about 5 or 6 minutes
Okay,
at this point. I'm trying to be very...
one more second.
But the question really is, the motion on the table is to conduct a study of the history of this site that would pay for the community, and would be presented to our Historic Preservation Office, or we conduct it. I'm not sure, we'll have to negotiate that, but do you support the study of the site and whether it qualifies under Historic Preservation Ordinance? That's actually the issue at hand.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if they have, habit of lying, if they, they have any proposal which will be worthless. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Zhang is next, followed by Yan Zhu, followed by Shu Zi. Mr. Zhang, good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the council members. First of all, True North has proposed to relocate. They gave out a solution to relocate the Chinese Culture Center, the garden, to another park in the city. And I would like to say that's not a solution. Relocation of such a building, of such architecture, meaning demolition, meaning destroy. Why? Because the wood structures in the pagodas and in the pavilions and the gates in the Chinese Culture Center, they require special ancient techniques. I hope I have the chance to show you a video. And all the wood pieces, they are interlocked. There are no nails are used for the whole structure. Any attempt to move or relocate such a architecture or such structure is to destroy it, is to demolish it. Because when you take it apart, you break it, you cannot put it back. Secondly, I'd like to point out this Chinese Culture Center that we're trying to save is the third Chinatown in Phoenix history. The first two had all been knocked down, one in 1870s and the other in 1940s. Now we are at a junction that the third one is facing the same fate. Phoenix is the fifth largest city in the country. Now the entire world is watching us, and the China's central television station is following what is happening here. Please, please, don't show the world that we are a city that tears down Chinatown not once, not twice, but 3 times. Please show the world that we are a city that has an open heart and a friendly environment that can embrace cultural diversity. So today, in front of the city and in front of the public and the media, we Chinese communities like to propose a serious solution. We know True North companies purchased this property 3 months ago for $10.5 million. We Chinese communities like to raise funds. We like to add $2 million on top of his purchase price to buy it back. There are talks by True North that they ask 30 million or even 40 million through the conversation by their lawyers. I hope that's just a joke, because triple the original price or even quadruple the original price in a matter of 3 months is not considered to be reasonable. I call that greedy. if eventually a deal can be finally made between True North and the Chinese communities, it would be a win-win-win situation for all of us. It's a win for True North, it's a win for the city of Phoenix, and it's a win for we Chinese communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Zhang, and we wish you the best of luck with those negotiations with the owner of True North. All right, Mr. Yan Zhu, as much as possible, can we keep it on the motion? The motion was to deny the petition and to move forward with a study funded by members of the community to study whether or not the Chinese Cultural Center would qualify under our city historic preservation ordinance. I give wide latitude on that, but I would ask your discretion because under open meeting law, we should generally try to stick to the question at hand. Mr.
Okay,
Zhu.
thank you, mayors and members of council members. Okay, so I know to an America, a deal is a deal, right? The seller sells for the best interest of the seller, and the buyer buys for the best interest of the buyer. But here we are facing something you never really understand if you've never been in China. Do you know that before 10 years ago, we don't know why Mr. Wu is qualified for the CEO there, right? All he's done is trying to harass the tenants, drive the tenants out, and make it almost vacant. Even people are doing business, he's lying, spreading lying, they are out of business. What they do, of course, makes no sense to every American here. Why they're lying about it? So we know who is the true or was the true owner of the Chinese Cultural Center. Who? It's definitely not Mr. Wu. It's not the company, COFCO. No, it's a government money. It's the people's money. That's a problem. The owner is not there. So what's the best interest to Mr. Wu? He is getting his $100,000 salary every year, no matter what he do. Can you imagine what he has done here? He's still in the position for 10 years. If there is one owner, he should be fired first day when he drives us out. His predecessor agreed we have Chinese Mid-Autumn celebration there. And he just turned us down and even make the central government give a document saying that's a hoax. It's an annual activity every year. And he's successful driving everything out as the True North Road is almost vacant. That's the CEO has done. You know it's not CEO should have done. And also, how come we Chinese, we find out they are doing the destructive thing instead of what he should do? We approach him, a lot of realtors or developers or businessmen approach them, can we buy this property so we can manage it? You know, during the past 20 years, the Chinese, Sino-US trading, the tourists, even the students, many folds. That's how the Meigang was so flourishing now. And they're going to build another Chinese town. So we know this place should be very flourishing. That should be good for Phoenix. Make it successful and keep the value there, keep the trash. I just give a very simple story to True North. You are lucky you bought something very cheap, but that's valuable to us. That's your neighbor's son stole their parents' golden ring and sold to you, you just hammer it into a gadget, and you're very interested in the concrete building, where you can find anywhere. We know Phoenix is a big city. You can find anywhere.
Sir, your time is up, and so I don't know if you finished
Good.
the
So
point.
please give us back our golden ring, not just the weight of the piece of metal. Find one place. Create. We do want you stay in Phoenix. Your 350 stay there. We are going to create a further 300 more employees there and make the Chinese Culture Center flourishing again. Thank you.
All right, Shu Zi is next. Shu Zi. followed by Jin Zhu.
Dear Mayor and dear all council members, my name is Yan Zhu, and I was a former principal from Contemporary Chinese School of Arizona. I was born in China, Beijing, and every time I see this Chinese Culture Center, just make me think about my hometown and think about the Forbidden City. I was so proud to live here because I can see that the same value architecture is in the Phoenix. All my friends, all my clients, whenever they come here, they just tell me that is the one of the best Chinatown. Whenever they go, Canada, New York, San Francisco, it's not cannot compare this one because this the value of those Chinese items is very clean. I'm sorry, I just be very emotional people. Even I have a lot to say, but one word, I just want to beg everyone to save that. That's our Chinese soul. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. How about Jin Zhu? By the way, we're probably about 25% of the way through the cards. If someone has already made the point you're planning on making, you don't have to speak, but you do have the option to speak if you'd like. Jin Zhu, followed by Ping Fang.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Jing Xu. I went to Arizona State University in 1993, so I'm a Phoenix resident for 24 years and a Sun Devil. I'm here just to actually, Elizabeth talked about the architecture designer, Zhu Huaye, a lot of information she gave for this Chinese Culture Center. And the designer, she sent, since she learned what's happening in the Chinese Culture Center, she sent total 4 letters to the Phoenix City. And I'm just going to, since the limited time, I'm just going to read this 4th letter she wrote on September 10th for 2 paragraphs. She's over 80 years old. She's very disturbed by what's happening here. Okay, in my personal and professional opinion, the Chinese Culture Center's golden glazed roof tiles insinuated with green cut edge, the ridge, and coin tiles, and the figurines of sea fairies and beasts signified an image of nobility and luxury. The main building structure and the garden in the foreground complement and echo each other, thus making them an inseparable whole. Removing any one of these elements would result in losing its distinct and noble characteristics. Culture and art have no national boundaries. Their universal appeal belongs to the world. In addition, the clay, the raw material those tiles were made of, has been used for thousands of years and become rarer and rarer, thus making preserving and protecting those roof tiles more and more critical. My hope is that His Honorable Mayor, the City of Phoenix government, and the citizens of this great city and of Arizona work together to forever protect and preserve the piece of architectural jewelry as a symbol of successful cultural exchange between our 2 nations for our future generations to learn and enjoy. Zhu Huaye, September 10th, 2017. Thank you.
Thank you. Ping Fang, great to see you. Ping Fang, is that the correct pronunciation? I apologize. And then Yiwei Huang.
City Phoenix Governor, Mayor, and the city resident, my name is Ping Fang. My all the motion and my thought in this video, I want we use two of us time play this video just 4 minutes. Okay, please.
Dear Mayor and City Council members, my name is Xiaobo Zhu. So Ping Fang and I would like to combine our time allowed to play a 4-minute video to see the history of the Chinese Cultural Center. In the meantime, I have 3 suggestions. First, please establish a special task force to investigate the transaction of the property, because the transaction is very suspicious to us Chinese community. Second, please bring up a law to preserve the Chinese Cultural Center. And while the investigation is ongoing, please have some act in place to protect the cultural center from being damaged or demolished.
Can I pass this to someone?
You asking to show a video? No, I've actually, many people have asked to show videos. I said no videos today. We're taking 2 minutes of testimony from each person. The motion on the floor concerns
So the
study.
video, the video clips were mailed to you, Mayor and council members
Thank you so
last
much.
night. Please take your time to look at it.
Thank you so much. And then is it Yiwei Wang, followed by Jihu Zhang? I apologize for the pronunciation. Please.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Yiwei Huang. I'm sorry, my voice is a little bit vibrant. That's the first time I speak in front of so many people. I want to ask the question to Councilwoman Ms. Gallagher. So, for you, this motion, can this motion stop or temporarily stop the True North to start to destroy the center?
No.
So that's not the solution we're looking for today, because it cannot stop them. And then, even though I truly support that motion, but that cannot solve our problem today. And my other question is, can City of Phoenix start some action that can temporarily stop them to destroy, which I think they already started. So can City of Phoenix start any actions to stop them or temporarily stop them from destroying this center?
I think that the nature of the motion is to begin the process, a study that would then go to our Historic Preservation Office for their review, then go to our Historic Preservation Commission, and then potentially up to the City Council. That is every process of designation of historic nature in the city that I've ever been involved in, I think that's ever been done, has followed that process. The motion is to begin that process. This way, which is a citizen petition to go directly to designation of historic, is not the typical way. And I think the nature of the motion is to ask that it go through the typical way. Maybe your counsel, Mr. Gilbert, wants to speak on some of the property rights issues as it relates to where we are on that. I don't know, Mr. Gilbert, if you want to or not. Your client is asking some very difficult questions, but it deserves an answer, and maybe you have a chance to talk to your clients afterwards about the legal situation.
Okay, thank you. So I fully support Ms. Gallagher's motion, but at the same time, I really want to see some actions that's from City of Phoenix to at least temporarily stop the current owner, True North, to stop destroying the process, destroy the center. So.
Okay, and it sounds like Mr. Gilbert might be giving you some, as a client, assuming you're part of the coalition, that he's your lawyer, he might be able to give you some legal advice about where we can do on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Lynn Hale, is that correct? H-A, and I'm not sure the next letter, and then an L.
So, yeah, thank you, Mayor Council.
I'm casting no judgment on your handwriting skills. Mine's bad too. I'm trying to
Okay,
read
thank
the
you. Yeah, I have only 3 points to make.
Please.
First one, I fully support Councilwoman Kate's motion to do the study.
Thank you.
Second, I ask City of Phoenix to put some resources on the real estate investigation to investigate 2 transactions. How can the new owner know? How can from the previous manager, it's already do 1 transaction, the owner is another LLC. How can he get assurance from previous manager that we Chinese community has no opinion for his reconstruction? Third, please, as Councilman suggested, please consider do an ordinance to put Z1 on preserved for everyone, not in the Phoenix, not for just Chinese community, but for all people in United States of America. The building, and they are very rare, and all techniques close to went away. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. How about Zhang Ji? Last name is G.I., I believe.
I just want to say I support the survey, and that's I support to make a survey on China Community Center.
Thank you.
And give more time to other people. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you very much for your brevity. Su Gao, followed by Chengging He, I believe. Su Gao, did you provide testimony, or has it already been, your opinion already been stated? Oh, it's good to see you. We'll adjust the mic appropriately.
My name is Jessie Zhang, and I would like to save the Chinese Culture Center.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chen Yinxie. I'm a realtor. I have represented my client to purchase the Chinese Culture Center before. We have offered a much higher price than $10 million. But the local manager, Qian Wu, didn't want to sell it to Chinese. I strongly support a special task force to review the cultural and architectural importance together with the business and the transaction history of the center. I think it's very important for us to tell our voice the truth behind the transaction. The local manager, Qian Wu, is Chinese. I don't know why he hates Chinese so much. His father, Wu Zhipu, was the first CPC governor of Henan and starved to death 2 million people in 1959 to 1960 in Henan province. Now his son would tear down the Chinese Culture Center through Mr. Tadeko's hands. He cuts off China's roots and damages culture and history. I would say, Mr. Tadeko, if you tear down the Chinese Culture Center, the building will be full of the blood. Good luck for your business. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, is Su Gao here? Okay, please, come forward. You're next.
I'm Su Gao, old Phoenix resident for 25 years. Thank you, Mayor and the committee, gave me a chance to talk. Generally speaking, whenever we encounter a conflict situation, we're looking for a win-win solution. And for this topic, we can see if we go with this owner's plan, only one possible winner, because nobody could guarantee a taller or higher building, commercial building, will profit as the owner's expectation, especially at this uncertain economic conditions. And the other hand, we will see this plan will certainly make Arizona's tourism lose, and accordingly, Arizona or city of Phoenix economy lose. And the Arizona residents who cares about or enjoys the multicultural division lose. And Arizona residents, the Chinese fellow and their visitors who adores this center as their culture roots lose. And because so much lose and so much loser, and they will accordingly make the reputation of Arizona or city of Phoenix government lose, and the reputation of mayor, vice mayor, the reputation of councilmen and councilwomen, reputation of Arizona government and the city of Phoenix government officers who has authority in related fields lose. So we can see the result. If we make this choice, so we only have one possible winner and hundreds of thousands to millions of losers. And if we do the other choice, and we will turn all the lose and loser into winner and win. So which choice should we make? Okay, if we make the second choice to turn all the losers into winner, and furthermore, we can see the owner of the property is already a big winner because he bought this property at 1/3 of its original cost and about half of the market price. So he already went big in monetary aspect. So we have these two consequences or two choices to make from. One is one possible winner and millions of losers. The other one is all win. So which choice should we make? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Zhengming He, I hope I got it close, and then Jennifer Yang. Go ahead, good to see you. Thanks for coming down.
All right. Ever since the Chinese Culture Center opened, it has become a really popular attraction in the Phoenix metropolitan area. You'd think it's only for Chinese, well, not quite. People of all nationalities, including Americans, Europeans, and African Americans, visit the center and made it one of their beloved locations to visit in Phoenix. Everyone have their own experiences to share, and of course, I have mine. On February 10, 2017, the Chinese class at Basha AMS, which stands for Salary Middle School, and Basha High School rode on buses toward the Chinese Culture Center as their field trip. I was one of them, a 7th grader at the time. When we arrived there, we skipped toward the ranch market with joy. Inside the store, we bought bags of candies, drinks, and lunch. We visited the garden after we fill ourselves up with goodies from the stores and restaurants. I was amazed at the wonderful structures there in the garden. If I were to use one word to describe the garden, it would be incredible. All the little details were handmade and imported from China. That's a lot of work. I doubt you could duplicate your garden, even if you try your hardest. On our way back we showed all of our souvenirs, and we're laughing, talking, and playing with each other with happiness. But it's not just happiness. It's happiness with such a great force that no one can break apart. Even as we walked off the bus and went our own separate ways home, I could see the smiles on my classmates' faces, and it just warms me up. Even though the Chinese Cultural Center is in a commercial zone, it provides a place for educational field trips for students of all ages and can teach them valuable lessons of the culture. It's a good experience for students to try out new things, see the world, and empower them to pass on the Chinese cultures to their kids in the future and to other people. The center is a place for social interaction and for people of all cultures to get together and explore all the things that the Chinese culture has to offer. The center is not just a store or a neighborhood Chinese restaurant or the garden in your backyard. It's the history of Arizona and the Chinese culture. If you can't deconstruct the Chinatown, then you cannot deconstruct the center. Today, I exhort you decision makers to stop the deconstruction of the Chinese Cultural Center before it's too late. We as Basha High School and AMS students would like to come back and visit the Chinese Cultural Center for this year's field trip. Not your everyday headquarters office you see almost everywhere in downtown Phoenix. Here's my question for everyone. Do you really think an office building is worth more than the only Chinatown in Phoenix? Thank you.
Thank you very much, young man. Oh, do we have your name just for the record?
And also, this is a picture of the entire Basha High School and AMS students. There's roughly about 100 of them, I'd say. And today I had received roughly about 30 signatures from my class, and they are all supporting, not supporting the deconstruction of the China.
So you can state your name for the record, and then our clerk will get the petition from your classmates. What's your name? What's your name?
Jack. Jack Mao.
Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony. Excellent.
Welcome.
How about Jennifer Yang? Did you just provide testimony? Has your testimony that you wanted to give sort of already been given? Ms. Yang? Right. How about Jack Lee? Did that?
Well, actually.
Okay, I apologize. Okay.
My name is Jennifer Yang. First of all, I wanted to make sure that I support the motion because that's the first step to preserve the cultural center. I would like to give you a roadmap of my speech before time goes up. So I would like to make a point that the Chinese Cultural Center is an open museum. And secondly, I share the same concern with others that we don't have trust to True North for keeping the center intact while we conduct the survey. And last, I would like to make sure that City of Phoenix ensures that True North keeps up with the landscape and keep the koi fish alive. Now, is Mr. Tedesco here, or is anyone representative from True North here? Because a lot of my message is toward them.
I don't believe a representative of True North is here today.
Okay. In that case, I would like to talk about the part that Chinese Cultural Center is an open museum to everyone. As I sat here, I couldn't help myself. My feeling had changed a lot because with the first item, everything was positive, everyone was supportive. I felt positive energy. With the second item here, my heart has sunk to lower because I feel sad. I can feel the stigma that Mr. Lai had experienced. I can feel the emotions that a lot of people shared here. The reason is because that Phoenix Chinese Cultural Center is not only for Chinese community, it's for the entire Arizona. It's for the entire America. Because when I first started the petition on August 5th to try to save Chinese Cultural Center on change.org, and I received so many positive feedbacks from all over the places. So far, we have about 16,000 people sign the petition. That shows the community care.
Thank you.
Secondly, I would like to mention a few things.
Thank you. There are 2 minutes. I'll give you 1 more minute if you could just wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have also here a picture of the, what do you call it? Where was it? Sorry. Okay. So I have evidence from the UNESCO website to show that how precious this is. That's why we call Chinese Culture Center an open museum. And I would like to say that I appreciate Mr. Tedesco reaching out to the community, but on the other side, I am very sad he is making the choice of trying to demolish the Chinese Culture Center. I'm against that. I'm concerned that he may do something crazy while we're doing the study. I would like to urge the city to do something to, or the community do something to prevent that from happening. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say it's Johnny Zhang. Johnny, or can I get your name real fast?
Joanna Dong.
Okay, Joanna.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanna. This is my first time I attend a hearing. It's my honor to represent my family and American kids. It is worthy to miss half of my school day to be here because I have a chance to make up my schoolwork at home. But if the Chinese Culture Center has been torn down, we would never have a chance to rebuild such an amazing artwork. As people mentioned earlier, we know how hard the work was, how rare and valuable the materials were. This beautiful garden made me realize how wonderful our culture is, how peaceful Phoenix City is. We need to do something to keep it and save our history. So, I decided to stand here and speak out with my heart. I am experiencing a live social studies class. I am not only watching history, but also being a part of history. My mom always teaches me that we should keep our unique, never forget who we are, where we came from. At the same time, we need to make friends with people from different countries, with different culture backgrounds. We need to respect other cultures. We need to learn from them and embrace cultural diversity. Nobody can live without others. This garden is not just a business property. It is a priceless treasure that belongs to all human beings, especially for our young generations. This is a 3D teaching material for multicultural education. We hope to keep the garden and welcome people from different cultures and backgrounds to visit the garden. Open your mind, feel it, and enjoy it. You will gain more than you expected. It can be a new experience, broad vision, closer friendship, mutual benefit, and open business opportunities, and much, much more. Now, the garden is locked up. The fish in the pond are dying. It hurts me deep down inside to see what is happening right now. Please open the garden for us to feed the fish and keep the garden exactly the same way it was. Thank you for listening. Thank you for all the people that made every effort to save the Chinese Cultural Center. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, Phoenix.
Wow. Mayor, may I ask you a question? Miss?
Councilman DeCiccio,
Miss?
if you'd like to ask a question to the young lady.
How old are you? Ma'am? Miss? How old are you?
Come back.
10? Wow. Powerful. That was probably the best presentation today. Thank you for coming. Thank you. And you're probably going to be sitting up here in a couple years. So a warning to all of us up here. We've got a contender out there. Thank you.
District 6.
All right, thank you for that very powerful. Paul Gilbert, are you sure you want anyone else to speak after that young lady? It's all downhill from here. No, I say no mas. All right. I have a lot of cards here, but again, you don't have to speak, but you're more than welcome to. If you'd like, I'm going to call your name. If you just say, my point's already been made, we can move on. How about Jihu Zhang, please? And then how about Yang Alsup?
Dear City Mayor and Councilman, I have a question regarding to the motion, as a project. I just want to know how long the timeline going to be. You finish the survey, and how our Chinese community can involve that.
Okay, my understanding is that it would be leaders of the Chinese community who have selected someone to do the research. So I think it would really be incumbent upon your attorney to work with that person to get it done as swiftly as possible. I think the motion itself asks that it be done as swiftly as possible. But I think the plan now is to have that, to work with the individual who may have previously done the study of important Chinese sites in Phoenix.
Thank you.
And I would happily amend the motion to put a very short time frame on it if we knew we could do it, but I don't want, I think that doesn't benefit anyone to wait.
Yeah, that's right, because if someone working in a company, we have to deliver a project in timeline, we need to understand. The second point I want to make to even True North is not here, I want to make clear, shame on you, True North. You don't deal with the evil, you guys are evil advocator. As a Chinese community, we're going to fight. We're going to fight to the end. We're going to save Chinese Culture Center. Yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yang Alsup, did you provide testimony?
Yes,
All
my
right,
name is
please
Bing
do
Collins,
so.
Nair. Thank you very much, Nair. My points have been made, so I'm just cut short. Only thing I want to say, if not break it, don't fix it.
Got it. Good point. Charles Kian, please, followed by Jack Zhang.
Yeah, before I say anything, I must thank the mayor for taking this kind of, community sessions. I was here on September 30th as well, so I realized today's, mood is slightly different from that of September 30th. Okay, let me start. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, and Councilman, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I support the motion on the table. Yesterday was September the 11th. 16 years ago, we saw the fall of Twin Towers, which exhibits the harm done by destructive forces of our human race. 2 historical buildings were brought down within that day. As we travel through the world, we can see many examples of the destructive forces, such as the half-damaged church building in Berlin, Germany, and many of the buildings in Iraq and other countries in the world. The loving side of humanity is best displayed right here in our great state of Arizona. Let me give you 2 examples. The first example, our state is best symbolized by our saguaro cacti. I know you all know that, right? I have the general impression that we may be the state that have more saguaros, living saguaros, than human beings. Now, we protect our saguaros with much care by our people and by our law. If you had to relocate a saguaro cacti, you have to get a permit to do so, to ensure that saguaro will survive such relocation. Now, if you happen to destroy or kill a saguaro, that is a level 4 felony. The other example of our love is displayed right here in the city of Phoenix. We have a new city hall that was built with an old wall as part of the building. That shows our city loves culture loves art. Right? We all agree on that, right? Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, and Councilman, I ask your help to save our Chinese Cultural Center with love and particularly the garden. This garden is one of the 5 such gardens in the entire United States. And while as we working very hard to save our garden here in Phoenix, Washington, D.C., and Seattle, as well as Southern California, are building their own Chinese gardens. Give you an example, the garden in Washington, D.C. is with a budget of well over $100 million US. They just started construction. So this is what we are dealing with. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, and Councilman, I ask you help to protect our Chinese Cultural Center and the garden. We should treat this center and the garden within the same dignity and respect as our saguaro. Relocation may mean demolition. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, Councilman, I ask you help to protect the Chinese Cultural Center and Garden just as you did for the East Wall in City Hall. Protect the center and the garden not only for our generation, but more importantly, for our children and for their children. Protect the center and the garden from the damages due to human destructive forces, as was demonstrated 16 years ago, yesterday, September 11th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jack Zhang, followed by Jesse Zhang, if you both want to speak.
Mayor and the Council, my name is Jack Zhang. I just want to tell the new owner, to you, it's a $10 million property. But to us, to all Phoenix people, it means much, much more. It's such a wonderful piece of art. It's part of Arizona history. It's so unique and irreplicable. It's a treasure to all of us, and it's priceless. We want to save it and save it all in the current shape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jesse Zhang, did you provide testimony? Oh.
We have more 10 years old here.
Good to see you.
My name is Jesse Zhang, and I was born here in Arizona 10 years ago. I want to discuss about the Chinese Culture Center that has been part of Arizona history for over 20 years. Demolishing this beautiful center would bring us all full of tears. I really wish to save and keep it because I have tons of memories there ever since I was a toddler. My mom even used a picture of me taken in that garden as the wallpaper on her phone. This Chinese Culture Center is a unique place here in Phoenix for me to learn and love my Chinese culture heritage. I want to stress here that this center is not only a treasure for the Chinese Americans like me, but also for all Phoenix people. Phoenix, the 5th largest city in the U.S., is embracing different culture. The Chinese Culture Center is an important symbol of culture diversity. It serves as a bridge between China and America, and its existence will greatly benefit the economy of Phoenix as well. All Phoenix people, please stand up and support the saving of our gorgeous and only Chinese Culture Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other school children here wishing to provide testimony on this item? I'm going to go out of order and let you go first so you can go do things you need to do around the house or homework or whatever. I want to make sure that they get first right. So any other school children here to provide testimony on this item, you go first. Please come forward and just state your name and give us whatever testimony you have. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming down. Go ahead.
Hello there. My name is Alexis Lee, and I'm 11 years old.
Hello there. My name is Reese He, and I'm 11 years old.
I have been going to this culture center since I was 3 years old, but I ended up not going there for About 5 years because we didn't really have enough time. But I do remember having a lot of memories there, and yeah.
Visitors should go there to enjoy and be amazed as how beautiful and how long it took to build it and how important it is to history.
So, people in Phoenix might know everything about China, but when they never actually have experienced the Chinese culture, their knowledge is still incomplete about it. So actually having a place that is like China but not China can add to their extensive knowledge of it.
You could say that Phoenix is a desert, but its culture there is very important, and the Chinatown there is the most famous and beautiful Chinatown there is.
Demolishing this place would be such a pity because we have a lot of business centers all around the world already. You can build one of those anywhere, but when it is hard to acquire the material to build the monuments in our Chinatown and actually find the people who can construct these materials is very hard these days. So it is important to know that we should keep it.
Please don't approve of this demolishing of this Chinatown. We want this Chinatown to be forever known for generations and generations, and I don't want Phoenix to be known for tearing down the world's most famous Chinatown.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. That's great. How about Xiaobo Zhu? Okay, thank you so much. Chengyan Zi? Did you provide testimony? Thank you. How about Frederick Mann? Has it already been made? Did you provide testimony? Mr. Mann, Frederick Mann?
He yielded time with the father.
What, is it, I'm sorry?
Yielded their time.
Yielded time. Okay, excellent. Oh, I see. Okay, excellent. I don't. This is.
My great-grandfather came to Phoenix in 1894. I would like to speak as a long-time resident of Arizona. I've got sand in my veins. This is really important. I speak desperately in favor of the study. I'm sure that the results of that will be positive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How about Lisa Ritchie? Did you provide testimony? Miss Ritchie, please come forward. And then Michael Zhu will be afterwards.
Mayor, member of the council, my name is Lisa Ritchie. My family and I live in Phoenix, District 6. As a resident of Phoenix, I'm here to support the motion. Also, I'm asking to put a temporary cease and stop order to prevent True North from continue to demolishing the Chinese Culture Center. I don't know what steps we could take. Sounds like some zoning issues. Looks like the planning board needs to review. I don't know if that's enough to stop stop True North from moving forward with the demolition. So that's my question. I have a couple more points to make. I'm from Beijing, China. I love the Forbidden City because of its unique design and the history. So I just want to pass along these photos to the council members because you couldn't see earlier. So it's this special roof is strikingly beautiful and elegant, and the same material used for the Chinese Culture Center. So second point I want to make is the Chinese Culture Center is not just part of the Chinese community, it's also a tourist attraction for the city. Many times when I have friends came from out of out of town, I would take them there, for lunch or dinner. Those are not my Chinese friends. They're my non-Chinese friends. I'm so proud to live in Phoenix with a Chinese center, cultural center to go to, and I hope we can continue to keep that. Another point I want to make is I'm from China about 30 years ago. The Chinese Culture Center has been an important part of my life. Both my children and I dance there during the Chinese Week and other celebrations. My children are not only half Chinese, but the Chinese Culture Center has offered them great opportunities for them to learn my culture. So because of that, I'm here to ask the city to really form a special task force to not only review the culture and architecture importance, and also to review the transaction history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ritchie. As stated earlier, I'd ask maybe the council representing Chinese United to provide you an assessment of kind of the legal options that are available. There is no such thing, and I don't want to lead anyone astray about a stop order that government could stop this private property owner on this property. The option I don't think anyone's talking about is, is to take the property, but there would be significant legal issues associated with that. Again, I'll let your counsel discuss that with you. We want to be honest with people and not lead them astray under these circumstances. How about Michael Zhu? You should provide testimony. And then followed by David Yi, and followed by Gary Ong.
Mr. Mayor, I pass because everything's been said.
Everything's been said. Okay, thank you so much. And then, are you Mr. Zhu? Oh, Gary Ong jumped in before. Why not? Go ahead, Mr. Gong. Good to see you.
Zhu, go ahead.
Thank you, all councilmen. Thank you, our great mayor. My name is Marco Luke. In fact, I'm not, really supposed to stand on this Stevens for talking, or speaking. But when I come to the front door and here a young man give me two of the card, and one of the white card, one of the yellow card, and say, which one you pick? I say, I look at my shirt, I say, I take the yellow card. And you have to speaking. That's how I am. But before I make my own brief statement as a physician, and also, as a Freedom American. I'm so glad I see so many our Chinese community people come over here to support this hearing. And I was also disappointed today we have to facing our Chinese culture demolished. I remember 20 years ago, and I know the Chinese Culture Center has been built. I'm so excited. I'm so glad. Because I remember long while ago, when the only place we try to meet our friend, or co-worker, we have we're far away with the 16th Street in one building. You folks remember the 16th Street, the Lowland Market? I hate to say that. We used to say it's Chinatown to me. After over a decade ago, our Chinese leader, Gaon, he would sit down with me and say, Marco, you know what? We have been successful established the Chinese Restaurant Association of Arizona. I think we need one of the Asian bank in this beautiful Chinese Culture Center. So I don't even a word I was told to support his program. I did contribute thousands of dollars to become a shareholder of the Asian bank. And I hate to say a lot of people don't even recognize it. But today, I know our bank was, because fell under the housing underwater, but I would really express, we don't want to see the Chinese, culture center to be demolishment, I would hoping everybody can support our community to reserve our Chinese Culture Center. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Mr. Ong, did you want to add something? Please, good to see you.
Mayor and fellow council members, my name is Gary Ong. I've been in the Phoenix since 1962, so you told around 56 years. When I first came here, there's only maybe around 3,000 Chinese, and today it's over 100,000 plus. First of all, I do want to acknowledge that we support this study. Secondly, that I think you can see democracy at work today because many colleagues here today are the first time they came to a city council meeting. They exercise the right as a citizen of this country. And it shows that the Chinese community is becoming a factor in the community here. Besides, we are the most underserved minority community in Arizona and also around the United States. But we're not here to condemn big business, but we're here to try to preserve something that's very important, very dear to our community. Not just the Chinese community, for all Arizona that lives in Arizona, for all Americans that live in America. Because this is an iconic site that should be preserved. There's nothing else out there in Arizona like this. There's a lot of other offices out there, but do you see another Chinese Culture Center like this anywhere around the state? You don't. So I'm just asking, certainly for the staff as well as the council members to consider that we are very passionate about this issue, and we want your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ong. Annie Morgan, did you provide testimony? Ms. Morgan? Is she here? I'm sorry. Okay, how about Ms. Leon? Did you provide testimony, Ms. Leon? How about Wendy, is it Wong? Wendy Wong, maybe? It's already been points been made. Thank you so much. How about Hong Williams? Mr. Williams, Hong Williams? Points been made. Excellent. Ms. Barker? Did you provide testimony? And then followed by Michelle Wang Crackner, maybe?
Yeah,
Barker,
okay,
please.
thank you, Mayor and City Council. Diane Barker, and I reside downtown Phoenix, and thanks to Elizabeth Mann, developer, I will take these and I think I'll frame them. They're the original architectural renderings. It's a very beautiful building. I've had the pleasure of going there. I ate there with the Copperheads, the Arizona Air Guard, I think, as my last visit. My point is, today we have high ozone, and you've heard my mantra, Mayor, is that multimodal, it feels good. We need, I hear the Chinese community, and it's great seeing you. We're Americans, you're part of it. This is an all-American city. The thing about it, you want to preserve this for your children and grandchildren. Well, our actions today determine the kind of environment they're going to live in. So how are you going to get to this center? We've got the 44 natural gas bus. We've got light rail stations at 44th, coming in at 48th. We're getting bus rapid transit. I bet you most of you came by car, and I understand from Elizabeth that she's got underground parking. I had suggested highest and best use. This is an evolving city. We're getting higher density. All parties concerned, basically mid-rise is in that area. This is not a mid-rise building, and oh, we're all so sentimental about it. Don't touch anything. So I'm thinking the parking. The parking area could be a mid-size building, and you don't touch this building, and you come, most of you try to come, either by electric car, park underground, or go to these light rail stations and take tram or bicycle, or you can walk from the light rail station to this property. Then you have a good deal for everybody, so we can breathe. Thank you.
Ms. Barker, so much. Michelle Wang Crackner, is that correct? Please come forward, and then how about Joanna Dong? You'll be next if you wish to speak. Good to see you.
Thanks for mayor and the councilors. Thanks for the time. I have been U.S. for 6 years. I still remember the first day I landed in the land of United States. My husband took me to the Chinese Culture Center to have dinner. Actually, I think my husband just love me and also respect me, respect my culture. So he decided to take me to the Chinese Culture Center. And on the way to the Chinese Culture Center, my husband also explained the roadside to me and said what it means, the color, what it means, the blue color of the roadside, and what it means, the brown color. I really remember what it means is brown color. It means culture. So I don't know exactly now still have that that roadside by that freeway, but if really tear down, that is very sad. And also I know Americans is power of the freedom, and we are free to choose our religions. Everybody have your religions, no matter where you come from. But we come from China, mainland, or Taiwan, or Hong Kong, even some other Asian countries. We have our own religion, but we have our Chinese culture. So if really the new owner tear down the Chinese Culture Center, I think that is not just tear down the building, but also tear down the heritage and our culture and the respect too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It's very, very important. Joanna Dong, did you wish to provide testimony, or has it already been given? Ms. Dong? Oh, did you already go? Oh, good to see you. Yeah. Oh, you're the star of the show. Yeah, I mean, Marco Luke, is that the right pronunciation? Did you already, please? And then how about?
Yeah, so I'm Flora Fong. I like to make one comment. So the lady just mentioned that we could use a parking lot to hold a festival. Things. So basically, I don't think that works. So basically, the Chinese Cultural Center, I look at the CCNR, it specifically mentioned that the festival should be confined with the Chinese cultural scene. So basically, that in the past 20 years, it has been frequently holding Chinese festivals. We need the space for that. So basically, the parking lot we cannot use that for that purpose. Yeah,
okay, thank you very much for that point. I mean, there may be, I know there's an issue, having talked to multiple councils representing Chinese United, that there may be some legal issues as it relates to the CCNRs, et cetera, and that would be a civil action between either other parcels on nearby and the new owners, or even Chinese United. That would not be a city issue per se in terms of any kind of enforcement of CCNRs. Okay, how about Marco Luke? Is that the correct pronunciation? And then followed by Yu Min. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, David Yi, oh.
Thank you, Mayor, Council Member. First time I meet you, Mayor, but you are very famous in China. Why? Because I got a phone call from my friend in China. He said, "Hey, your famous mayor is 一个大帅哥." Well, why? They say the famous mayor is a young man and handsome. Why do they know that? Because right now, the Chinese Central Television station, that's national covered all China, and all the local TV and newspaper talk about Phoenix going to take down the Chinese garden. They already know that one. And it's not a surprise, that one. Also, when I talk about the Phoenix, my friend said, oh, okay, we know Chinese. Phoenix Sun. I said, well, I know Phoenix Sun, I just know Charles Barkley. And no, they know everybody right now. That means Phoenix well known in China, but I really don't want to Phoenix well known because right now they're taking the garden. That'd be very sad. Also, I want to point out, upcoming the tourists in Phoenix. Right now, they have 44,200 Chinese students in ASU.
That's true.
$45,000 every year they spend here. They totally $168 million every year. If they stay for 4 years, that's 700 million. And plus tourists. Right now, I just heard they have a 20% increase since 2015.
Thank you.
Right now, they have 77,000 tourists from China come to American, but do they come to Phoenix? They go to Grand Canyon? Same to me. Some friends come to me, hey, how about Phoenix? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know anything Phoenix. You can say, go to Sedona, go to Grand Canyon, go to Flagstaff, go to...
Thank you for your testimony. I don't know if you have, the time's up. I don't know if you have any final point you want to make for the
I
council.
just want to say that this upcoming about $27 billion right now they spend in America.
Thank
I
you.
hope they spend some in Phoenix.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your testimony. Now, who are you?
Actually, I'm Rich Sanchez. I'm on a meter out there.
Ah, all right.
So, make this kind of quick. Didn't mean to cut. But my wife and I own a company here. My name's Richard Sanchez. We actually supply Charlie, his stores.
Oh, okay.
And you know what they say in life, you live a full circle. And I really feel like this is what's happened here, in a sense, to me. At 19 years of age, I was made aware of the Cultural Center, and I went to visit it, and I thought it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Back then, it was flourishing, so there was a lot of red balloons and people hanging out and doing the things, the dances and stuff like that, and I was amazed by it. And at that point, I began to realize it was much more than just a building and the art. It was a reference point. And this reference point that Chinese community can look back at, as they live their life, they can look back and say, that's who we were. In America today, we have reference points, and those beginning reference points come from the 10 Commandments that Moses wrote. In fact, a lot of our laws are underneath those commandments. The book of Leviticus, Deuteronomy, we are governed by that. And these reference points keep us alive. And it's very important that, we stand in favor of keeping the preservation of this building, however that can work out, But, all of us can think about heroes that we've had in our lives, right? Your own father, reference points. So I just think it's very important that we hold on to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. How about you, men? Did you men wish to provide testimony, or has your point already been made? You men? Or how about Ming Trang? And then Li Li? Did you provide testimony, Li Li? I know it's been a long meeting, so some people obviously may have to leave the meeting over time. How about Helen Zhang? Ms. Zhang? Did you wish to provide testimony? Yes. So is that Ming coming as well? All right, I'll let Helen go first, then Ming follow. Go ahead. Either way, it doesn't matter. But go, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilman, and then Councilwoman. My name is Helen Zhang. I've been in this community since 1992, so I know Phoenix pretty well. Here I need to ask Councilman Sell, do you remember me? The first time I met your two daughters, Do you know where we meet your daughter? Do you have any idea the first time you hold your daughter's hand and then tell her how great with Chinese culture, how pretty she is? Maybe you forgot a few years ago. We met at the Chinese Culture Center.
All right.
That's the first
No, I
time.
remember.
At that time, I'm the vice president for Chinese United Associations. So I hope when you come home, you tell your daughter, if the Chinese Culture Center was destroyed, how she feel. The auntie Helen hold her hand before in the same spot and won't assist anymore. She will have a tear in her eye. So please deliver my message. And then I'm a businesswoman. From my business point, so I think the Chinese Culture Center will benefit Phoenix. First of all, the culture that fits the symbol of the Phoenix, because the Chinese people believe working hard, family style, and believe human love and caring. So that's your culture for Phoenix too. Second thing, I think the Chinese Culture Center would bring more business to the city. Okay, example, like London Bilge. I think after they relocated in the Lake Havasu and bring the big benefit to the city, why we need to lose this treasure from the city? Already you have. You possess this treasure. Please do not lose them. Because this is a piece of culture, will be education our kids forever. If you like to go to Scottsdale, they have one museum they call Fenderai. That's my favorite. One is a building. Look at the structure or the piece of art. They have a last Oriental idea. It's something maybe they copy from China long time ago. Right now, they become a piece of art. So my point is, why you want to destroy piece of art? Even you relocate the London Bilge, it's not the same like England. You all know that. So I recommend everyone to go home and think about that. What kind of spiritual you can live into your future? One, my opinions are telling my kids, Mommy, one day will pass away. I only can leave you two things. One is the Chinese culture. Second thing is the Chinese history. That's the only one thing I can give to you and hands on you. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone spending
so
time
much.
for us.
All right,
Thank you.
how about Ming, thank you much for that testimony. Ming Trang, did you provide testimony? Oh, you're here, excuse me. And then how about Barb Heller, are you in here on item number 2? You want to provide testimony on 2? Okay, great. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, the council members. My name is Ming Chuan of Standing Homes UT in Phoenix. I live in Phoenix since 1980 and been working for an industrial company for 28 years. And we, as industrial engineering, when we solve problem, we go to quick and simple by pictures, because time is very valuable to any production line. And I'll get to the point quick and simple by showing the council's 3 pictures. The picture number 1 is showing the cultural center sign on Loop 202 on both sides. And after exiting, you will see more signs giving direction to cultural center. That means the previous council members already make a decision that Chinese Cultural Center is historical site, is landmarks, and culturally matter. The second picture I would like to show is the site of Bamiyans. The Buddhas were blown up by the Taliban. After blowing them up, those Buddhas are now reversible. The culture is destroyed. And the third picture is a site of the Twin Tower with the high beams. The Twin Tower is destroyed. And as the sign here says, we will never forget. So the 3 pictures probably not related, but however, they are culturally related, they are landmarks. They are historical sites. And the point here I'm trying to bring is like, we don't want to destroy the cultural center because we will not forget. And I urge the council members taking deeply think about that. Don't destroy the cultural center because it's a landmark. It's a historical event.
Thank you so much.
And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you,
Have a
Justin.
good evening.
Barb Heller, followed by Mr. Leonard Clark. Ms. Heller, do you provide testimony on this item?
Mayor and City Council, I guess I'm always speaking for the underdogs. I'm greatly in support of the historical preservation of the Chinese Cultural Center and Gardens. We have such a large Chinese community here in Phoenix. This center is not only artistic, it is historical, it's cultural, and it's an educational center for these folks. Not just them, but our children also. It offends me greatly, the destruction of anyone's history and culture. We must preserve all history and culture. There are many with me who feel the same way. I ask you to stand now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heller. Leonard Clark, your testimony, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Leonard Clark's my name. Born right down the street at Good Samaritan Hospital. I agree. I concur with the last speaker because I heard an earlier speaker. And by the way, I want to thank all of my fellow residents and citizens whose heritage is from the most beautiful country of China, in which I know many of our people are watching today. Over a billion people and around the world, they're watching. Will Phoenix once again tear down its tradition? Well, we might emulate the city of Tucson, where they preserve their tradition. I earlier heard an impassioned speaker saying that there'd been 3 Chinatowns, and now the third one we're getting ready to tear down. Now, I'm not saying you're personally doing this, but you as the leaders of the ship of the state of Phoenix, you morally lead us, whether we like it or not. What you say can matter. Now, I'm not blaming you for Proposition 207 and what our conservative friends at the legislature do to make it very hard to preserve heritage. We've already torn down many Latino areas in neighborhoods. Now that we're doing it with our beautiful Chinese community members, Chinese American community members. We had this example with the Sun Mercantile Building, just located over at 3rd Street by the Talking Stick Arena, or in that area. The Phoenix City Council at that time, of course this was long ago, you weren't on that council, I believe, but they did not stand up when the Chinese American community said, you're not going to tear down the last building we had from our other Chinatown. So they had to go to court, and now that building, I believe, is on the 1985, it was listed in 1985 on the Historical Register. So this is the time. The world watches, Mayor Stanton. You're a very international person, and Phoenix is an international city, so I agree. Let's stop tearing down our Latino heritage, our Chinese heritage, our Irish heritage. It's time to come out of 1917 and be 2017 in the city of Phoenix, Arizona. And thank you to all the beautiful Chinese Americans. You are a great inspiration to me and your children. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that testimony. I think the challenge for all of us here is that we want to do what we can to preserve the beautiful building and still protect Fifth Amendment constitutional rights, property rights. So we got to strike that right balance. That's what we're trying to do here. The Reverend Bustrin, did you provide testimony, Reverend Bustrin? Did he already testify maybe? How about Yudon Lee? How about Choran Hu? H-O-U? How about Wei Wei? All right, how about Alexis Lee? I think she may have already spoken. She did, okay. How about Farhana Shifa Ahmed? How about Craig Bustrin again? Yiwei Huang? Did you want to provide testimony, or did you already? You already did? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. All right, that's all of the cards that I have asking to speak. We have an even bigger pile of cards, the white cards, which indicate not wishing to speak. But I want to make sure any person that came here to speak does have the time to do so. So if you wanted to speak, now would be the time, sir. Did you have testimony on this item? Good to see you. State your name for the record.
My name is Jeremy Cheramella. My wife and I serve in the ministry full-time for the Phoenix International Christian Church. Mayor, council members, thank you for hearing me. I did fill out a card. I don't know what happened to it. I wanted to say that my wife and I visited the Cultural Center and on a date, and it was a very inspirational and insightful piece of art. The whole place was an experience where you could see the history, you could see, I was pretty blown away. I found like this in Phoenix. To me, it was blow away when I found it in Phoenix. I've been here for about 5 years. And I think about, to me, as a minister, I think about the parable of the Good Samaritan. When Jesus told somebody, look, your neighbor is somebody who needs you. And right now, I think the Chinese community feels like they need us to stand up and protect them. I'm absolutely in favor of the motion for the study about the historicity and the historical significance of the Cultural Center. But I certainly hope that as a community, we can see the value and the power that protecting something like this really carries with it. There really isn't a whole lot of other points I can make. They've been made today in spades, but I really hope that you can be used, and even the people who are in charge of the property can see the sensibility of protecting a community identity like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Appreciate it. All right. Again, the points have been made many times, but again, we're a public meeting, so if anybody wanted to provide additional testimony or submitted a card and for some reason it got lost in the shuffle, please come forward. If you'd like to provide testimony, sir, please go ahead. State your name for the record.
My name is Zhang Sichi. That should tell you something about who I am. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a member of the Chinese community. It all started when I first went to the Chinese Cultural Center. Something magical happened and it took over my life. And today I have my Chinese family, my Chinese community here, and I beg whatever you can do to preserve this cultural center. Please intervene on our behalf, and we'll support you in whatever endeavor we have to go to make this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to submit I think dozens and dozens of white cards not wishing to speak, so you're registered for the record. I'm assuming, I know you had a mark either in favor or opposed, but based upon the clapping that occurred earlier, I'm assuming that this pile is made up of people that do support the motion and ultimately the preservation of the center. Okay, anybody else wishing to provide testimony before this body at this time? Okay. We have a motion that was given by Councilman Gallego. There has been a second on that motion. Now I'll turn to members of the council. Many have already spoken during the testimony, but any additional testimony before? Councilman Nowakowski, please.
Mayor, there were some questions about the arts, the city arts department. Did the city arts department put any funding from the city in this project, in this cultural center?
Mayor, members of council, and Councilman Nowakowski, one of the stipulations of approval was that the property owner shall participate in the public art program in working with the Commission for the Arts, and this was done as part of their zoning approval. So I believe what was done as part of that was some of the artwork that is on the site. I don't know if there was any money put into that from the public side of things. I do have a meeting set up with Ms. Brown from our Office of Arts and Culture to discuss that.
So if you can get that information to us. Also, there was a testimony about the signage, right? That there was signage on the freeway and also on some city streets regarding the Chinese Cultural Center. Can you find out if we've actually spent any money on that signage aspect of it also?
Mayor and Councilman Nowakowski will find out on that also.
And basically on Sunday, August 13th, I got a call if I would meet with individuals from the Chinese community that they just found out that their cultural center was going to be taken away. So after church, I went straight over there and we met, and at the same time, it was about 110 degrees and people were dressed up and they stood in front of the cultural center asking people for their support. And one of the things that I learned is a Chinese way is a win-win situation. And that's what they were asking for. They were coming to the city of Phoenix asking for a win-win situation for the Chinese community and also for the developer. And I'm just hoping that we end up finding that win-win situation. I believe that what we want to do as a city of Phoenix is document. Let's tell that story. But what's more important is that you continue to tell the story. You continue to tell the story, not just here in the city of Phoenix, but throughout the county and the state. More people need to understand what this cultural center is. It's a piece of China here in Phoenix. It's a jewel. And so many people have been touched by the cultural center. So many people have been on field trips. And to see it locked up. I know when we were there on that August 13th that it was actually locked up, that we weren't allowed into the garden, and that there was fishes that were actually dying. And it's not right. It's not right. So I think that hopefully we can find a win-win situation where we can sit down as a community and also with the developer and have that conversation and find out if there's somehow to coexist, to make sure that this treasure isn't lost forever. So hopefully this is the first step in that direction. And I just really want to thank you all for telling your story, because it's so important that you continue to tell your story. And I'm so proud that a lot of you, it's the first time that you came up here to the city council to actually tell us your story. So that means a lot. And thank you to the young people for sharing how important culture is, how important it is to stay connected to your community, and how important this center is for y'all. So God bless y'all, and thank you for coming out.
Thank you very much, Councilman Nowakowski. Appreciate that. At one time, there was active negotiations going on. I personally participated in that after having met with leadership of the Chinese community as well as the new owner of the site. My office personally hand-delivered a offer of purchase of sale of that. I asked that that be documented. Apparently, one gentleman at least talked about a new offer of sale, so I guess as soon as possible to put that in appropriate legal form so that it can be submitted to the property owner. That would be a very, very good development. Normally, we don't negotiate these things from the dais like this. It's probably better in private negotiations. But Mr. Gilbert, I don't know if I assume you're going to be taking the lead on the private negotiations between Chinese United and the property owner. Please. All right, thank you very much. It's good to hear that the conversations are continuing. Councilman DeCiccio, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to make sure I put a couple things on the record here. It's important that we do a study, but you got to know what you're studying as well. And because whatever the study could be, it could come back something you don't want to see either, or that's not important. So I want to go back to the exceptional importance of the items that you're going to be looking for. And I want to make sure I get this on the record. I think that the things that we need to look at are things, obviously it doesn't fit the 50-year criteria, but there are items, there are things on that site that are over 50 years, that came from China, that came from a place that lasted thousands of years. And I think we need to look at that as well. The importance of the garden was clear when we negotiated this agreement back in the 1990s, and then again in 2007, when we talked about it. Just because it doesn't have the word Chinese in it didn't mean that that's what it meant. So I think we need to make sure that we look at that in the preservation of the garden along with the entire building. You've got to look at the materials used. And I want to make sure, because these are technical things. It's nice to talk about things, but I want to make sure certain things get on the record, and they have to be on the record as to what we're going to be looking at. The other part of it deals with the site plan that was approved, where the buildings are going to go. If there's any deviation of that, I think they're allowed, as we talked about, a 10% conformance on that. The buildings that they've got proposed are well above that 10%, so if they end up moving that building somewhere else, that has to come to the city council again. So what I'm looking at is the path, and then the other is the message to the developer. You've heard a lot of individuals here speak on behalf of this project, on behalf of what it is that they'd like to see preserved. I strongly encourage you to continue to work with them. Mr. Gilbert is an amazing attorney. You're lucky to have him. He's one of the top in the state. I don't know how you got him, but you got him. But the fact of the matter is, you have to continue to work with that. And if the developer ends up just, turning their back on that, that is something a lot of us up here are not going to look kindly toward. Lastly, I want to finish with this, though, too. I've got to tell you how proud I am of the individuals that came out today. You spoke of how the greatness of our country is. You spoke about how great it is to be in this country and how you came here and you came as immigrants. Some of you came as immigrants. You came here because the cities, the government, you've always believed we've kept our word. Back in the 1990s, I don't know if Mrs. Mann is still here or not. Are you still here, Mrs. Mann? There you are. Nice to see you again. Again, you look exactly the same. You have not changed. I've gotten older, you've gotten younger. I don't know how that works. Maybe it's some Chinese blood thing. I don't know. But something's happening. But the fact of the matter is we made a commitment back then as a city. So we have to do everything we can to fulfill that commitment, that promise that was made to the Chinese community when this was put together. I remember how hard it was. The city of Phoenix spent much money, much time, much effort in working with the Chinese government, going over there, working with them. So when you come here and you start talking about the greatness of our country, which I've heard a few of you say, it's because we are a great country. We're a great country because we follow the rules, we follow laws, and more importantly, we also follow our commitments. And that's critical to have here. So thank you all for coming. For those young kids, God, I don't know how you do that. You speak better than anyone else I know. And you should be up here. Do you want to come up here and take care of things? Because you should be in charge. But thank you for coming, everybody.
I thank you very much, Councilman DeCiccio. Any other comments to the motion on the table for the consideration of the citizen petition is to deny the citizen petition, but to do a study of whether or not the site meets our requirements of our historic preservation ordinance, such study to be paid for by members of the community and to be done as expeditiously as possible. There's a motion as well. And with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, next item on the agenda is another citizen petition on the consideration of a citizen petition relating to a creation of a Phoenix Police Civilian Oversight Review Board. Vice Mayor, do you have a question on this item?
No, I had a question on the other item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our professional staff
in looking in the study, can we look at the craftsmanship and the precious stone and the value of all of that? And the roof?
Yes, Vice Mayor, okay. Mayor, council members, that's part of what's included in looking at it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
All right. So we're on item number 3 now.
Could we just check and see if Councilman Valenzuela was on the phone for that vote?
I think he had to leave a long time ago, so I think
All right.
Councilman Williams, are you still on the phone?
I was, so I'm on.
Okay. So Councilman Valenzuela, are you on the phone? No, all right. So I guess the vote was 8-0? I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, was Councilman Waring at the vote? Okay.
All right, now we're on item number 3. Following the procedure of the last one, I don't know if it's Councilman Stark, it's up to you. I'm going to turn to you for a motion. You want to hear from our Assistant City Manager, Milton Mahoney, first, or you just want to put a motion on the table, see if there's a second, and then take public comment on this proposed citizen petition?
Actually, I'd like to go ahead and put a motion on the table. I would recommend that we deny this petition.
A motion? Is there a second? There's a motion. Okay. The motion is to deny the petition. There is a second on that motion. Mr. Leonard Clark, you were the petitioner. Did you want to come provide up to 2 minutes of testimony on the motion?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Unfortunately, we're here because we're tired of the police policing the police. Now, when people state to us, that's an insult. That is an insult that you would even suggest that our police should be investigated. First, let me state, not all of us are here because we're anti-police. We're here because we want that one lone officer who wants to complain within the system but knows that the very powerful police union will seek retribution against him if he sees wrongdoing, he or she. We're also here to state that what happened on August 22nd. There's been no, the independent investigation, I know that you folks put up a measure. Nothing's happening on that. We've been told that so far what's coming out of it is the police will investigate the police. People say, that's an insult. Why should the police be investigated? Why should the police be above the law? If I'm a citizen and I get a traffic ticket and I say, I'm going to put my family members on the jury and I'm going to appoint my uncle as my judge, people would say, you can't do that. You can't police yourself. This is for the honorable police that we do this. We need to join the rest of the country. All of the other major metropolitan areas have some type of non-police oversight authority, something with that. And I'm sorry to say that the good council member from District 3 made the motion to deny this. I'm very sorry, Councilman Deborah Stark, that you think that we don't need to stop having the Phoenix police investigate the police. Because there is a long train, a systemic and cultural whole train of events that have occurred. And so for people telling, well, Leonard Clark is a communist, I'm no communist. That's not the point. But people saying, oh, it's so wrong that the police be investigated. Why are the police above the law? When someone gets shut down, when a 52-year-old lady has a hammer and she's shot multiple times and the officer's barely disciplined. No, we're not angry. I'm here to help save this system. There are people on the far right and far left that want to see everything destroyed. The faith of the people, you may think that 10 or 20% of the people out there that know that their rights are being abused, their civil rights, and that they can't get any recourse, that they don't really matter. They do matter. So I'm asking that you please pass this. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. All right, we have cards on.
Mayor,
Councilman, please.
maybe we should have just a brief presentation from Milton and talking a little bit about what we have in place. And perhaps we can have the chief come and also talk about, we have advisory boards. We have 12 advisory boards. I'm sorry, but they work. And I've seen them in action. I think they're very effective. So maybe we could have a brief overview. I know it's getting late, but there's a lot that the police do. They do so much. Coffee with a cop, thousands of block watches. They are always out there with the public. So hopefully with just a brief overview, Mayor, we could just.
So the question from the councilwoman is, I'm not. But the question, what's the question? Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. What's the question? Yes, but a council member has asked a question, and so the question is going to be answered. Then I'm going to start going through additional cards. So everyone's going to have a chance to provide testimony. Assuming the motion is the same, it doesn't change. You could provide testimony on whether you support or oppose the motion. The motion was to deny the citizen petition. Mr. Dohoney, or Chief, what was the question? It was kind of a general question. I want to make sure.
Just a general question about what we have in place now, because we do have some civilian oversight, and we do have these advisory committees that really do provide a lot of input to the police department.
All right, I guess that's more to the chief then. Chief, the description of some of the citizen advisory commissions that you or the police department utilize currently.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Stark. So we do have citizen involvement in our use of force boards and in our disciplinary review boards. So that's citizen involvement in helping to make decisions. We also have 12 different civilian advisory boards. They range everything from the African American, and if you'd like, I can list all 12, but there are 12 different ones based on ethnicity, faith, sexual orientation, and cross-disability also. So we work and engage with those different groups just to give everyone voice and a hand in how the police department is operating and running in our city, and they've been very successful.
Mayor, Councilwoman Stark, in addition, there is also the Civil Service Board that's made up of citizens as well.
All right, I was going to turn to cards. Do you have a question, Councilman DeCiccio, please?
Yes, while you're here. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Thank you, Milton. There's still a movement trying to create this this citizen review board, and there's still a movement of doing that. Is that in process or not, or is that just basically dead?
I think it's more for Mr. Dohoney.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, yes, there is an effort underway studying civilian review. It has been going on, stemming from a recommendation that came from the CPTI group. That research has been going on through the summer, and it will continue on.
Well, my question is this: if we just turn down this motion today, I think it pretty much ends it at that point. We've already talked about the 12 different groups that are out there. If we push this thing through, people can always bring things up later, but essentially, this is talking about the creation of a civilian review board. This would stop it because there's no reason for it to go forward again, because this is the issue.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, I can't, and I'm not trying to substitute my view for that of council, but part of the reason that the study and the research is underway is to put the city of Phoenix in a position to appropriately have the right information in front of you to discern. We're not at a point where we can do that yet. So obviously, if you choose that we don't go forward, that's your call. But that's why the study has been underway, stemming from CPTI, which I think was brought in front of the Public Safety Subcommittee in February of this year.
Why don't we just decide today? As far as I'm concerned, this is just another move to go after our police department. Let me tell you what's going on. And I'll tell you what's happening here. This whole thing of creating this study group, the whole thing about moving forward, it's just another way to attack the police. And that's what I'm trying to get the city staff to acknowledge here, that there is actually this study going in that's really, I don't believe that this motion stops it completely. It should. I'd like to have some sort of language in there that says it stops it in its tracks, because it doesn't need to go any further than this. It's just one more movement, one more step attacking our police officers, which I find unacceptable. So let's end this tonight, yes or no. If we're going to support the Civilian Review Board, then accept it today and then move forward, or not, because everyone's being lied to at this point. You guys are lied to on your end over there. You guys are going to be lied to over here. And worst of all, our police department's going to be lied to. It's better just to either say we're going to accept it, end it, or not. That's where I'm at right here. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we're going to move on with, Councilman, did you want?
Questions,
Councilman,
okay.
Councilman Stark, please. Did you have something? I apologize.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I think just from a legal perspective, and I'm not a lawyer, sorry, but I'm not sure, because it's not on the agenda, we can take that action tonight. We can only react to the petition, correct?
Or we can do anything we want once we have a motion. I've been told that multiple times. Because I'm going to make the motion. Matter of fact, I'm going to make a secondary motion that we end the process for the Civilian Review Board today. Okay. That's my motion.
Second.
So is that essentially an amended motion that you're offering, Councilman DeCiccio?
Well, you tell me. I made a second motion. I'm allowed to have a secondary motion.
Sure,
correct?
you are.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Whatever I'm legally allowed to do.
Okay, what was the intent of the motion then, of the original motion?
The original motion was to vote no on the petition that was submitted before us. And I don't disagree with you, Sal. I worry about the legality of voting on something that's not before us today. I appreciate what you're saying, but
Brad's told us you can do that. My motion is correct, deny the petition and stop the process with the Civilian Review Board. I'm allowed to do that because we have a petition in front of us talking about a Civilian Review Board.
I think it's noticed on the basis of the petition to either accept the petition, let's write in the notice to reject the petition.
Or to modify.
Or to take action on the petition. And so that motion is a proper motion.
Okay. So now we're going to take testimony. The first speaker will be Reverend Reginald Walton to provide testimony, and then I'll have Ken Crane.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am troubled because what I just heard goes against the Community Police Trust Initiative. We are not attacking the police in asking for a Civilian Review Board. However, we are critical, and you can be critical of something and love it. Let's be perfectly clear. We want to make the city the best that we can. Actually, the recommendation is number 14, and this recommendation came from a highly decorated Phoenix police officer himself, retired Police Chief Joe Yonner. It is number 14, dated March 11th, 2016, that came from months of community relations, community meetings, and it is actually for the betterment of the city of Phoenix. And I take exception that someone that would ask for a community review board is anti-police. That is nothing further from the truth. And matter of fact, very many of us that support this idea have stood and held Phoenix police officers in times of tragedy. And to pander politically after you just won an election is beneath the city of Phoenix, and it's sorry. I'll take questions at this time.
All right, any questions for Reverend Walton at this time? All right, thanks for your testimony and your patience with that long previous item. Ken Crane, President of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association.
And we're speaking to my motion, correct, Mayor?
I think that is the motion on the table, but I'll accept testimony on anything related in that general area. I usually give a lot of leeway.
I think I have some donated time, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thanks for the ability to come here and speak on this issue. It's kind of neat to actually come to a council meeting and actually get up to the mic and be heard. We weren't able to do that the other night. We're in favor of denying the petition, but however, to Councilman DeCicio's point, we don't feel it's necessary at all, but I want to explain to you why we feel that way. As you know, I'm Ken Crane. I'm the president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association. We represent about 2,400 rank and file police officers and detectives. We're in opposition to the petition, but we don't believe what's being asked for is necessary because we essentially already have it on several fronts. And I want to speak to that, maybe expand a little bit on what the chief was already talking about. But a lot of people don't realize it, but the city of Phoenix already has civilians integrated into a variety of levels throughout the department and its review processes and procedures. For example, an officer involved in any application of force that results in the death of another person automatically triggers several events. First of all, concurrent investigations by the police department's homicide unit and internal affairs bureau. An immediate review by the county attorney, a civilian elected by the citizens in the county in which they serve, who has representatives that respond to a shooting scene the moment it occurs. They go out there for one reason, and that is to say, are we going to indict or book a cop today? It's investigated as a homicide. If the county attorney, through the review, determines the force was in compliance with state law, and that could take weeks, then the criminal months, the criminal investigation ends. However, we're still not done yet. The officer then has to go before a departmental use of force board, also called a UFB, that reviews the application of force to determine if it was in compliance with departmental policy. 3 civilians sit on this panel, along with a peer officer, a commander, and an assistant chief who chairs the committee, as well as resource personnel from the department's legal unit, firearms unit, and tactical training detail who are also present to answer questions of a technical nature if necessary. Any officer who's violated departmental policy, depending on the severity, is subject to internal review by a police department disciplinary review board, or DRB. This is a panel chaired by an assistant chief, staffed with 2 commanders, 2 peer officers, and 2 civilians who review the incident and make discipline recommendations to the chief. Any officer who receives formal discipline in the form of a suspension can appeal the decision to the Civil Service Review Board, a 5-member panel comprised entirely of civilians. These civilians are selected by mayoral appointment. These civilians can decide whether discipline that was imposed should stand, be overturned, or mitigated to a lower level. If the above points are not enough, then consider this. The police chief is directly accountable to the city manager, a civilian, who in turn is directly accountable to the mayor and city council, a panel of civilians. The average person might not give this a lot of thought, but when broken down, it shows there's a lot of civilian review interwoven through many processes at many levels within the police department. Presently, the Phoenix Police Department has a civilian who's the director of community affairs. This person has the equivalent authority of an assistant police chief and reports directly to the chief. What makes police officers wary of an entirely civilian review oversight process is knowing they will be judged by persons who are ill-informed with regard to Supreme Court case law on how force is to be evaluated, as well as relevant state law and justification for use of force, not to mention police department policies. They must have confidence that those who are judging their actions understand the rules and will render decisions based on facts and policy rather than emotion, politics, or the political and community pressure surrounding a given event. Rather than being a department that shuts citizens out, the Phoenix PD has always gone out of its way to be inclusive with regard to having citizens actively engaged on a variety of committees within the department, as well as panels that review officer conduct and discipline. More importantly, the study of officer-involved shootings spanning 2009 to 2014 that was done about a year and a half ago, previously done by the department, was self-initiated by the department rather than compelled, and shows the department's being proactive and transparent with this type of data. And pun intended, when the data came out, there was no smoking gun there. The data showed that we are pretty good on our use of force, that there are probably a lot fewer shootings than most people believe, and that our force comports with policies and state law. Maybe one of the most compelling pieces of evidence that shows the type of civilian involvement in the Phoenix PD is working is that unlike other major American police departments around the nation, the Phoenix PD has never been close to being placed under a consent decree by the U.S. Department of Justice. I think it's also important to note how other professional career fields evaluate complaints of misconduct in comparison. For example, a medical doctor accused of misconduct has their conduct reviewed by a state medical board comprised of medical professionals, not a citizen review panel. A commercial airline pilot accused of misconduct has their conduct reviewed by the Federal Aviation Administration, professionals with aviation backgrounds, not a citizen review panel. A lawyer accused of ethical misconduct has their conduct reviewed by the State Bar Association, an investigative body comprised of legal professionals, not a citizen review panel. A nurse accused of misconduct has their conduct reviewed by the State Board of Nursing, a board comprised of medical professionals with years of experience in the nursing profession, not a citizen review panel. I could go on and on with these examples. Law enforcement's the same. A peace officer accused of serious misconduct has their actions reviewed by the Arizona Peace Officer Standards and Training Board, also known as AZ-POST, a statewide regulatory agency for law enforcement. It is comprised of law enforcement professionals who have the ability to suspend or revoke certifications of peace officers, and they do so with regularity. Here's the point. Doctors, nurses, and airline pilots can all make mistakes that cause serious injury or death. Yet they are regulated by peers who are professionals within the same career field. Why then the belief and constant pressure among some that law enforcement has to be reviewed by a civilian panel with no firsthand knowledge of what the job entails, people that have never walked a mile in our shoes and know how to do what we do? The system we have in place is working, and it's been working. There's no need to reinvent the wheel by adding extra layers of unnecessary review in the process. And as a final point, I want to add one thing that I tacked onto my comments. I wasn't going to speak to it, about the evil police unions that protect the bad cops. Over the last several years, the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association has assisted in walking numerous officers out the door that just didn't need to be in this career anymore. It's a hard thing to do, but we have done it. And it's hard to look somebody in the eye and say, you crossed the line a little too far. You need to move on. And we have done that because we don't want people in the ranks that don't deserve to be here any more than a citizen doesn't want them here. So that's the final point I want to make. Thank you for your time.
Mayor?
Mayor.
President Crane? I think Councilman Williams, did you have a question for President Crane?
No, actually, I want to thank him. I think his presentation was excellent and explains how our police department operates and how conscientious we are about making sure that every deed is examined thoroughly, and it's done not only by professionals but by civilians. So I am supporting Councilman DeCicco's motion wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Councilman Waring?
Just a couple weeks ago, we had a rather contentious meeting, and I think I tried to emphasize at the time that you can't expect perfection out of anybody because nobody is perfect, and that includes our police officers. They have to make a lot of snap judgments in a very tough profession with a lot of stress. A lot of times late at night, anybody who's gone on a ride-along, particularly at night, it's a whole different world. So civilians like me who have never been a police officer, understand that this is just a different working environment than those of us who go to an office and so forth have to deal with. So I appreciated Ken's comments regarding the expertise and having people on there who have actually done the job and understand what that entails. Because I felt that with our soldiers too, that we do too much just second guessing. You had a tenth of a second to react, and now we've got video and so forth, and so we know what happened, and now you can't get that out of your head. And so you got to put yourself in the officer's position. It's just a constant second guessing. The chief had to ask us for dispensation to go find potential officers from around the country. We had to bump up the marketing because we're making it an unattractive job. And that is not good for any of us. I don't care what you think about the police. And I heard things I thought were really offensive a couple weeks ago. Domestic terrorists and just some things that I just really thought were way over the line for what any reasonable person should be saying. But you just don't want to make it so that people just don't want to do this work. Yes, there have been people, there were 3 just recently who lost their certifications who deserve to lose them. There have been times with these boards that have been discussed that realistically I thought that punishment wasn't quite enough, but there have been equal number of times where I thought, wow, they were really hard on that officer. I thought, they should get a little bit of leeway. But in all cases, I recognize it's a tough job, and I don't believe any of the officers, maybe there are a few exceptions, are going out and thinking, I'm going to go hurt somebody tonight, or I'm going to go commit a crime today. I don't think that's probably what's in people's heads when they're going out there. Circumstances take over. Some people, as Ken said, have to be removed. There have been people since I've been on this council who have gone to prison who have been police officers, and that's obviously terrible. But the system, as I've seen it, I think as Councilman Stark had indicated, has worked pretty well. Again, the systems aren't perfect either because they're created by people who also aren't perfect. These aren't mental health professionals. These aren't doctors. We cannot expect them to know everything about everything. That is not a reasonable expectation. So I did look at this as another way to try to, sort of get the result that people are wanting when the results that have been achieved now, I think have been by and large pretty just and fair. But regardless, to have people who have no experience doing this kind of work getting up and critiquing and going over, knowing how things turned out, I don't think that's fair. And so I guess I would just hope the council would take that under consideration. And the end result would be, if you do too much of this, you're going to have a hard time getting good people to want to do the job. And that's not good for anybody. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you very much, Councilman DeCicco. We have cards here to continue to go, but did you want to have additional questions?
Thank you.
For Ken Crane, please.
I want to echo what Councilwoman Williams had said. I mean, it was amazing, your presentation, one of the best ones we've heard here, because you walked everybody through how much oversight there already is over the police department. And if there's ever an issue, the county attorney has that oversight as well. So if you look at that, what I'm concerned about, though, is the fact of this constant dribble, this constant attack. We saw what the individuals who want this, and it always sounds nice to hear civilian oversight. We've already got a lot of it, like a ton of it already out there. And what they're doing is they're just saying they want another shot at our officers and attacking them. And we saw what those individuals wanted 2 weeks ago. We saw them. They were in here. They were attacking our officers. That is what was happening here at the City of Phoenix. And not to just end this now, finish it and complete it, and leave our officers alone. If they do anything wrong, we will be on top of them, I promise you. I mean, we've been at odds on things, right? So I'm telling you, right now, it is time for this to come to an end, this constant dribble, this constant attack, this constant fear that we're trying to put into our police officers, like Councilwoman Waring had just said over here, is that no one will ever want to be a police officer. Who do you think protects us? I mean, who is out there watching our homes? I feel comfortable when I see a man or a woman in blue. I feel comfortable. I'm one of those guys. I feel okay with it. My kids feel comfortable. My family feels comfortable with them. They've done a great job. We saw what the attacks have done. We had national accolades of how great and how well, Chief, your people and you have handled the protest that was there. National awards, national accolades on that. What happened? We heard people come back and say how bad it was and how they were gassed, they were attacked. And that never happened. That is what these individuals are looking for. They want a shot at our officers, they want to shut them down, they want to make sure that they can't do their jobs, and they want to prevent others from getting on there. Because these individuals want to control our police department. It's time for this thing to come to an end, finish it, leave our officers alone. If they do something wrong, we will be on them, but they haven't. They've done a great job. God bless every one of you guys, men and women in blue, for everything you've done for our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darius Stokes, Detroit testimony.
First and foremost, let me start by saying thank you. First and foremost, let me start by saying, contrary to what you stated, Mr. DeCiccio, I am not a police attacker, nor am I somebody that hates police. I come from a family line of strong police officers, both in the military as well as in the world that we live in. But unfortunately, because of everything that's been going on alone here in Phoenix, a lot of us have come together and decided to do this particular group, to have civilians looking at this. I understand you already have civilian programs in place, but I heard nothing that looked at the conduct of the police officers. As far as your civilian program, we've came up with a 12-step program that would assist, if you have a civilian program already in place, that would assist them in being able to conduct an official investigation. As far as both you and the gentleman who spoke prior stated about civilians not really understanding the whole law enforcement background, unfortunately, the mayor just walked off, but if he can remember back in 2015, I was actually there when he came into one of the worst food chain grocery stores, and I was the lead security guard on duty who ensured that his security detail team could be able to conduct a proper safety protocol, as we'll say. He also spoke on the fact of the armed shootings that have happened. That I'm aware of, I heard nothing mentioned of unarmed people that have been assaulted or brutally mangled or killed, as myself. And going even further, that I'm aware of as of July, the numbers have still looked the same. The only reason that we're asking for this civilian group and the 12-step program is that you don't have to see i.e. myself, the brutally mangled, assaulted victim who was placed into a police report stating that I was at a rally that never happened. So all we're asking for is, if there is going to be a civilian group to look in on things. I've only heard 4 things mentioned, but as I've stated, I've heard nothing about any of the conduct of the officers. That night, the way that everything was conducted was of a military grade. I will continue to say that. There were no officers that had on body cameras. No one has said anything about that. That I'm aware of, isn't that what was placed into order last year when you all asked and brought up the fact to the news media about the body cameras? The officers that assaulted me did not even have on body cameras. I'm now stuck to a wheelchair because of what happened. Still haven't even received majority of the things that had nothing to do with my case back. One in particular was one of the things that allowed me to walk the day that Mayor Stanton came into that food chain store. Now I'm stuck to a chair. On top of, if we're going to really look at the conduction of the police officers, I have police officers sitting outside my house every single day since that day. I can't even sleep at night because I fear that they're gonna come back and finish the job. Again, I'm not a police hater. I love law enforcement, I do. But at the end of the day, there has to come a point when, if we're all gonna be treated the same, it needs to be on the same level. If you're on your job and somebody's injured, i.e., as you all being up here on the board or the council, if you go out here and just say somebody gets injured in your vehicle, are you going to get drug tested? Are officers drug tested when there's injuries involved? So if we're really going to talk about everything and everyone being on the same level, then let's really do that. And again, I will end on the same thing. I am not a police hater. I've loved law enforcement for so long, and the fact that I've had to now drastically change my life does not sit well with me. So the fact that you all ultimately just decided, oh, we're just gonna throw it out without even listening, and I can see the rolling of eyes, that's so disrespectful. Because if you were out there and you were to do that to law enforcement, would you still feel that that's respectful?
All right. Thank you for your testimony very, very much. How about Noel Rosen, followed by Michelle Clendenin, I believe? She had to go. Okay, she's she marked in. Oh, you are here? You want to go next? Okay, Noel, you go next, and then we'll figure it out. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I am in support of voting down this petition. Our cops are under attack right now by the left. We have a citizen review board like this. Who's it going to open the door for? It's going to open the door for people like the Black Lives Matter terrorists, and I will call them terrorists. The Antifa, they're terrorists. We've got so many attacks on our officers by the left already. This is just another attack on them. I echo what you're saying, Councilman DeCiccio. The police officers, I'm very grateful every time I see a police officer out there, because guess what? I feel a little bit safer. I carry a firearm. I exercise my Second Amendment right. But you know what? I believe in backing our police officers up 100%. They deserve it. They've earned our respect. You know, it's funny, Councilman DeCiccio, the one thing that you didn't elaborate on is the fact that there were police supporters here last week. I was one of them, and I stood up and supported our police. We can't focus on what happened on April 30th when a bunch of rowdy protesters took over the meeting, okay? We can't focus on that anymore. It's time that the people of this city, just like they do around the nation, to back the blue. We need to do it. We need to do it now. I opposed this petition from the start. I know what it was going to open up the door to. And Chief Williams, I know you're here. You need to know something. There are citizens like myself that will back your officers. They will have their backs. You know, I've stood out in front of 620 with the flag, with the thin blue line flag. I'm proud of that. And you know what? It's going to take citizens to back our police. You have our support. And to all the officers that are in this room, just like all the officers that are not in this room and cannot be here, thank you for your service. It is valued. And as a citizen, I value it. And I've got your back. And so does Rally for Law Enforcement. So thank you. Thank you so much for what your officers do.
Very much.
Thank you.
Noel, Rosen, Noel, come back up. Mayor, I just want to thank him. Thank you for what you did in helping arrange a lot of these individuals coming here. I agree with you. It's time to stop the BS. It's time to stop this. This is one constant dribble, one constant attack on our officers. It's time for them to realize that we do support them. And this constant, we've got to study everything that they do, is becoming insane. It's just one other way of attacking them, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman. And you know how to reach me if you need to get a hold of me. You know.
Well, you're on all over my Facebook.
All right, thanks
Thank
so
you.
much. Councilwoman
Thank you very
Gallego.
much.
Thank you. We've had some difficult debates over the last couple weeks, and people on both the left and right have been guilty of rhetoric that is not helpful. I don't think the comment for calling people terrorists helps us move forward in a respectful debate. It's not appropriate. But we have a good record in the city of Phoenix of having a respectful debate that does yield real improvements. We very recently had some reforms to the Civil Service Board that were fairly popular. We had robust stakeholder discussions and came up with reforms. After those reforms were passed, the City Council voted to give the Civil Service Board administrators a fairly significant raise. Councilman DeCiccio voted for that. Councilman Waring voted for that. Councilman Williams voted for that. I think that was a sign that people were supportive of the work that they were doing. I think Councilman Nowakowski did not vote for that because the raise was larger than the police officers were getting. And so it wasn't a unanimous decision, but it was a good debate. I think that's a tradition we need to continue in the city of Phoenix. This council voted to ask the Civilian Police Trust Initiative to go forward. Our police officers have given up a lot of their time, as have our civilians. The chief has gone to those meetings, our assistant chiefs have gone, our director of community affairs have gone to those meetings. To then ask them for all this information and suppress it would be inappropriate. We've said we want your input, and now to say we don't want it anymore seems irresponsible. If we ask our citizens to be partners with us, then we have a duty to listen to what they are telling us.
All right, thank you very much for that statement. Michelle Clendenin, did you provide testimony? She is gone. Okay, I apologize. How about Kat Mitchell? And then followed by Jeff Plummer. Jeff, are you here? I know the hour is late, so a lot of people had to leave.
Fell off. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I attended the rally that has come up for discussion, and I think there's many things that haven't been pointed out in this issue. The protesters were vulgar, and I have 25 years teaching in the inner city school. I've heard vulgar, but these people were exceptionally vulgar. At one point, as I was walking, I saw some signs and I stopped, and I couldn't help myself. I laughed. And immediately a protester tried to come over the barrier at me. Now, I had no doubt I could have dropped him quickly with a knee to the groin, but I didn't have to, because a police officer ran over there in all his gear in 110-degree heat and stopped this person. I don't believe in certain degrees of political correctness. These were domestic terrorists. There is no doubt. I watched some of it afterwards. I was horrified. All of the people that were there to see their president and his guests left peacefully, despite the yelling, the name-calling, the mocking, because we knew we were safe because we had a competent and professional police department that did their job. I talked to the former chief of police of Charlottesville yesterday, now retired. He said he should have been so lucky to have a city government and a police chief like Phoenix, Arizona. I follow media constantly. It's one of my previous careers. Phoenix is being held up as a light all over the country right now because of the behavior of city government and Phoenix Police Department. We didn't have any deaths. We didn't have any serious injuries. And it's because people reacted professionally, properly, and did their job.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right, how about Jeff Plummer? Is Jeff here? You're next. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I have never been to a city council before. I am not a public speaker. But I was one of the people They got in line to see the president. I was there at 9:30 in the morning. My wife also wanted to go. I told her, please don't come. I was worried about the protesters and the violence I'd seen in other cities. After standing in line for hours, seeing these police officers out there in this black gear, hot in the sun, protecting everybody, keeping the side separated, I called my wife. I said, come on down. There's not going to be a problem. They got it under control. We went to the rally. We were there for hours, of course. After we came out of the rally, I told her again, stay close to me, do not stop, do not see any protesters. Do not engage anyone, we're gonna get out of here safely. We didn't have to. The police had it under control, and thank you very much, ma'am, for protecting me and my wife. They had them separated from us, so they didn't get near us. The only thing we heard that even represented any protesters was a helicopter flying around, somebody on a horn saying, event is over, disperse. We heard this for probably 5 minutes as we were walking to our vehicle. That's the only interaction we had with any protesters because of the Phoenix police. And thank you very much.
I thank you, Mr. Plummer. How about Jennifer Harrison? Is she still here? Ms. Harrison? Did you want to provide testimony? Yep. Come forward. And then how about Rich Osile?
Hi.
Hi.
Well, we support denying the creation of a citizens board to review the actions of the Phoenix Police. One thing no one's really mentioned is we had the president and the vice president in the building. This is top security. I mean, we had tens of thousands of people inside and thousands more outside. And this is during a very controversial time where a person was killed a week earlier in a protest in Virginia where the police stood down. Phoenix PD was amazing, and I've never been so proud to be an American or to be from Arizona. The police had a responsibility for both the president and the public safety to maintain law and order. We are a nation of law and order. You do not assault the police, you do not throw things at the police, you do not attack the police. We had protesters in our city among tens of thousands of people, and the president in the building throwing objects at the police, throwing frozen water bottles at the police, trying to overturn barriers, hiding behind Antifa flags, projecting unknown gas agents at the police, metal poles being thrown in crowds. This could have turned deadly. People could have been hurt, but they weren't because of the police department. The police acted promptly, decisively, and effectively to disperse the rowdy protesters and maintain law and order. The term, if you bite apple, spoils the bunch, maybe that's true, but we can't allow a small group of people to pose a security threat on tens of thousands of people and the president and the vice president of the United States. Okay, first clue of an escalating situation, objects are being thrown at police, go home. Okay, officers dispersed the first can of smoke, leave. Officers began dressing in riot gear. That's a first sign that the situation is escalating. Go home, helicopters flying around, telling people to leave, okay? Who brings their kids and their elderly to a controversial protest and doesn't disperse when they see things escalating? It's common sense. But a lot of these protesters came here prepared with gas masks, projectiles, and ready to riot. We cannot have emotional anarchy in our streets, attacking our police. We cannot allow emotional anarchy to govern our city or control our police department. If one thing went wrong that night, it would have been on the police department and the city. But it didn't. Nobody was injured. Everyone went home. This is over, and the city needs to stand behind the police department.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harrison. Or how about Rich Osile, and then followed by John Lunny. Rich, good to see you again.
Hi, I'm just here to, once again, as I did last week, say that the Phoenix Police Department do a top-notch job. They're the best. I have been to 8 Trump rallies, 5 of them right here in our city, the other 3 in Mesa, Fountain Hills, and Prescott. And the cops in the other districts, cities also did a fine job. Their job is to serve and protect, And that's what they did. They protected us. It was just safe. It could have gotten out of control. I've heard one of the previous speakers talk about we need to be like other cities. You mean like Chicago, where the cops were told stand down and it was mayhem for blocks and hours? Or in Albuquerque, where a couple of police horses were actually, I think, a broken leg when the thing got out of hand? Do we want to be like that? I think the police did a great job at this rally. I think they do a great job all the time. And I just want to say we're here to support them. We don't need a Citizens Review Board. They've done a fine job without it. And I think, I'm not a police officer, obviously, but I think they probably feel the bad cop hurts their image more so. They don't want that bad cop. If there's a bad apple, they want him out because nothing would make them look worse than protecting the bad apple. So once again, I want to thank you and all the other police that are out there. You guys are the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sile. All right, is John Lunny here to provide testimony? Mr. Lunny, good to see you. And then Lisa Antone after that. Great to see you.
Yeah, I train about 4 days a week with law enforcement people, from MCSO SWAT to Phoenix PD to Scottsdale. There's a common thing, there's a piece of common sense here that you haven't considered. There's a lot of good cops that won't go to their IA or internal affairs in many departments because they are afraid to get labeled as a rat. Now, that's a problem. And when he's talking about the cops will take care of bad cops, they can't. My suggestion is a civilian committee that law enforcement can go to with anonymity. Okay? You could even cross-reference IAs. I'd like to see it go interstate, but between departments. So somebody from Phoenix PD reports a bad apple anonymously. The civilian committee evaluates it, researches it, digs into the records that they need to evaluate it, sends this as plaintiff A, defendant B, to the internal affairs at a completely different department. This removes your nepotism and cronyism from the equation. And that anonymity, by doing that, you don't have to upset the apple cart. The bad apples will correct their behavior, because now they know there's a system in place. That's it.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Very much appreciate it, Mr. Lunny. Lisa Antone is next, and then how about Jeff Woods afterwards? Ms. Antone, good to see you again.
Hello. I'm sure some of you are so happy to see me back. I'm sorry that I have to be back. I'm sorry that we are still playing this attack our police game, and that instead of being home with my granddaughter, I'm here at 7 o'clock at night defending our police yet again, because yet again, we are still discussing whether or not our police upheld their constitutional oath. And guess what? It's Constitution Week. And the First Amendment right to protest ends the second you break the law. So when you throw something at a cop, you've lost your First Amendment right. When you throw tear gas or some other type of gaseous product at our police officers, you've lost your First Amendment right. When you behave in reckless and dangerous manners toward our police or toward other citizens, or you stop somebody else from being able to exercise their First Amendment right, you've broken the Constitution, and you no longer have the right to freedom of speech. And what our police did was uphold the Constitution that night. And the fact that we're here 2 weeks in a row, believe me, I know most of you don't want to see me here again this week. I don't want to have to come back next week. But as long as our police are under attack, I will be here every single week. Because you know what? I get scared when I get pulled over. I shake. I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing wrong? You know, we all do. But at the end of the day, they have a job. They deserve to go home. They have families. We put criminals like Antifa who are throwing frozen water bottles, putting their lives in danger, and we put their rights above the rights of our police officers? I don't think so. Not in Phoenix, not in Arizona. We're not going to behave this way, and I really, really hope that I don't have to come back here next week. I would like this to be put to bed. I would like you guys to back our police officers, because you know what? When you call 911, I think you're going to want them to show up. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Antone. Let's see, Jeff Woods was next, followed by Barb Heller.
Hi, it's been a while, guys. Missed all of your faces. I wouldn't be down here if I didn't think this was a really big deal. I know it's not as big a deal as Waring's glasses were, that the police investigated to the fullest extent. But everyone goes back to the incident of the protest. I want to look at the track record of the Phoenix Police, and the track record shows that they are one of the deadliest police forces in the United States with the least amount of accountability. From 2009 to 2014, Phoenix Police killed 5 times as many people as the New York Police Department. In 2014, they were 5th in the country in number of people killed, total number of people killed. 2015, we were 4th. We killed 11 people, and then we got a new police chief, and she stepped that number up to 16, and we surpassed Chicago, okay? We passed Chicago for number 3. So now we are actually in 2nd place in the entire country for total number of civilians killed by the police department. There has been no trust between the community and police, and even through this whole CPTI thing, we tried to get a voice on the CPTI. A lot of the activists in Phoenix, we were stonewalled by Greg Stanton. There's no question about that. The only person who was ever any help was Kurtenbach. And he put up a proposal to put everybody in body cams within a year, and you guys pushed it back over a certain amount of time. So the most important thing is people's lives. And they are at risk. Not even a week ago, down the street from me, in the same precinct where Romaine Brisbane was killed, they shot a 17-year-old kid running away. 17 years old. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for Mark Ryan killing an unarmed man, bringing McDonald's to his family. And he's still on the force. There's no excuse for the police officers who shot and killed Lonnie Neeson for throwing rocks near Cactus Precinct. So if you want any changes in the police department, the citizens need to be involved. And we need to have authority to do something about cops who are out of control. And nothing is going to change, and there's going to be no trust between the police until we have oversight ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Ms. Heller is next. Good to see you again. And then how about Dee Dee Barker?
Yeah, I too am tired of coming back week after week. 93 officers have been killed to date. 7 this month alone. It seems this never ends. Hopefully you've seen the film footage. You know the police did their job in spite of this continued agenda to destroy all law enforcement credibility. You guys are supposed to represent all of us. Politics need to be put aside. We need to stop this constant badgering of our law enforcement. Phoenix has got the greatest cop force ever. We have Coffee with a Cop, Block Watch, Phoenix Neighborhood Patrol, Citizens Academies. These are the people who work with the cops constantly, and our cops are remarkable. You have to stop this placing targets on their backs. They don't deserve this. You've cut their numbers, you've taken their pay, their benefits. You allow people to come in here and lie about them. The citizens are sick and tired of you treating those who put their lives on the line every single call. You guys wouldn't do this job, and you're making it hard for Phoenix to get good cops. I trust their decisions and stand by their actions 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heller. How about Dee Dee Barker and then Joanne Scott Woods? Ms. Barker.
Okay, well, here we are. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Diane Barker, Dee Dee. I live downtown Phoenix. And, you know, you talk about a lot of boards that you have. I think I've been to one where Mr. Mahoney was there, and I remember he said, this is a tool, the cameras, they're a tool, but we are not perfect. And I know people know that Councilman Waring mentioned that. My experience overall with the Phoenix Police, I feel really more comfortable with the Phoenix Police than any of the other police in the greater Phoenix area. I think that this administration's tried to make some changes, but personally, I have never ever been able to solve a problem from the time I started giving my heart, my talents, to bring a better bus system here, and it's been downhill. And the more I speak up as a woman, the more I can't solve a problem. What's happened, the city has taken some of the things, like I was not happy because you don't enforce many of your big contracts. Certainly your contractors, if they bring you deals and pay for your taxes and get you a campaign or whatever, you don't supervise them, and that was my point. They had no female black supervisor, and I complained about it. You know what happened to me? Is I lost my job, and they ended up getting a black female to run the whole bus system. So the thing about it, I feel good about some of my complaints, but today, Ed Zerker, I was supposed to have a meeting with you in July for the papers after I went to Chief about the fact that I've had systemic discrimination from '92 in the workplace in accommodation when the police misreported or lied on the police report, and finally in housing, and it's never, and until we solve it, it will always be in front of you, believe me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. Joanne Scott Woods, followed by Jim Williams.
Okay, I have some of the statement I'm going to read, but I want to begin by saying that I was at 15 of the 16 listening sessions in 2016 for the CPTI, and there was no one that spoke against the Civilian Review Board. And I heard everyone. So I think if you are going to vote to eliminate the Civilian Review Board, despite the Community Police Trust Initiative, you're going to lose the trust of all those people that went to the listening sessions for a year, that worked on the CTPI. The co-chairs, Kara Coles-Hendry and Julian Nabazdi, in November, presented these 15 final recommendations. Essentially, since 2010, we citizens have been asking the city and the police for, in the best words, a structure independent from the police department that provides an outlet for community members to express their concerns or complaints about the police. Citizen-led requests began in 2010 with the Community Engagement and Outreach Task Force. In 2014, their 34 recommendations were revisited following the death of fallen citizen Romaine Brisbane. And there were attempts by other groups to meet with Mayor Stanton on confronting and healing racism in our city. And we had a successful meeting with City Manager Zucker in the late 2015, and the Phoenix Police Department worked with us on 10 solutions for building trust. And one of our solutions, which we discussed, was Community Review Board for bias-free policing and public access to police data. and the CPTI worked on that. So, so in the 7 previous years, I do support Lynn Clark's petition. I would suggest that the staff that is already researching to please work with the petitioner, as well as a panel that has been designated to explore its implementation. We have, as a city, have lost too much time and too many lives.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woods. Jim Williams, did you provide testimony, Mr. Williams?
Mayor,
Oh.
maybe while he's coming up.
Councilwoman,
Can we
please.
just get a clarification on where we're at? I know we're going through another series of community listening sessions. I've already been to one of them. What are we doing with those recommendations? I know a lot have been implemented, but we keep talking about the issue of the oversight, citizen oversight.
Mayor, Councilman Stark, let me just clarify. The Civilian Police Trust Initiative was a group that I appointed as city manager to advise me on, and the chief, on ways to enhance trust with the police department and the community. It was not appointed by the council. Mayor Stanton didn't, to clarify earlier, Mayor Stanton didn't have a role in appointing that. I appointed those folks and they advised me. One of the recommendations from them was a best practice for the chief to hold listening sessions in the community. She did a series last year when she started, and I'll turn to the chief to where they stand with the listening sessions this year.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Stark. So what we do is we take the recommendations from the listening sessions and we figure out ways to implement those in our daily operations. So for example, we have transparency protocols when we release information, when we release data. So while it seems as though we're just listening and nothing's happened, the listening session goes into actionable items that we prepare a report for every year that we give to the city manager and to mayor and council. And we make available to the public.
Mayor, may I ask, may I follow up on that too?
Councilman Cease, you have any questions?
Yeah, the motion I put on the table too doesn't stop any of that at all. It continues that, and there's always recommendations that will come through that whatever occurs 1 year from now, 6 months from now, even 2 years from now, there'll be actionable items then there too. All I'm trying to accomplish today, and what I think that I would like to see the rest of the council accomplish, is a statement that literally says it's time to end this discussion on this other oversight investigatory board put on the civilians. We saw what occurred several weeks ago, so that all continues. The listening sessions, the actionable items, that all continues, but the civilian oversight board, after we've got 12 of those already in place, that discussion just stops at this point.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, my understanding of the motion is that, well, let me back up. So one of the recommendations from CPTI was to study the concept of civilian oversight and review. Mr. Mahoney, under my direction, has been doing that study. There's a little bit of it in the attachment in the packet. My understanding of the substitute motion is that I work for you all, and I would take direction that that study is not necessary to continue. At any time, if the council did want us to begin studying, you would tell us to do that. That is my understanding of the substitute motion, and we would stop compiling that information until we're directed to do otherwise.
All right, any other questions beyond that? First, I don't want to leave anyone a false impression. No matter what we vote today, there could be a citizen petition next week and we're back on. And there could be a citizen petition the week after and we're back on. And that is how our charter reads. That's how we've interpreted it. The two items that have taken so much time here tonight have both been citizen petitions under our charter. Citizen petition comes forward and we hear the item. So I don't want to give anybody a false impression that whether the substitute motion is voted on, the underlying motion is voted on, that puts a stop to anything. If citizen petitions come in, under our city attorney's interpretation of how we deal with them, we put them on the agenda pursuant to our city charter. So I don't want to leave a false impression for anybody about what the long-term implications may be of voting up or down a citizen petition here tonight. If someone has a different interpretation of our city charter, let me know. But as our city attorney has interpreted that charter, as I've interpreted the charter as mayor, when those citizen petitions come in, we add them onto the agenda, and here we are at 4.5 hours later after the meeting started on a couple of citizen petitions. So I don't want, again, Keith, anyone to get a false impression about the implications of tonight. Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Jim Williams. I just want to say I support the Phoenix Police. I've been involved in a lot of rallies, a lot of protests, a lot of things in the Valley for the last dozen years, and the police were always there, and we were there. And in the last 12 years, I haven't seen anything that the police have done that was wrong or hurt anybody. They've done everything that I would expect them to do. When I go anywhere, I've gone to rallies. I went to the RNC, go to different places, different cities where there's violence or people expect violence, and they ask you, aren't you worried about going to these rallies? Aren't you worried about going to the protests? I said, no. I said, not really. We're in Arizona. This doesn't happen in Arizona. What happened in Charlottesville doesn't happen in Arizona. We've got the best police force that we can possibly hope for. They stop the problems before they get out of hand. As far as these guys and their information saying that the police don't police themselves, my dad was a highway patrolman. He had the first tax squad in Arizona, one of the first tax squads that was formed in Arizona. And I was riding with him to Wilcox when I was a kid. And on the way in, I had 7 calls on the radio he got. He said, hey, Sarge, we got a problem. What's your 20? All the way in, he asked him, what's the problem? I said, well, we'll talk when we get there. The problem happened to be one of the guys who got a little bit out of line in the town of Wilcox. Every one of his men called him and said, we got a problem. We need to take care of it. My dad called his guy in, told him to write up an incident report and go back to Phoenix, and it'd be dealt with when he got back to town. They police themselves because they're a tight brotherhood. They don't want anybody dragging their name through the dirt, and they don't want anybody making them look bad. They police themselves. I don't know where you get your information saying we're the second deadliest city in the nation. I'd like Arizona, well,
Sir,
that does it for me. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I just had to ask.
Mr. Williams,
because,
please address your comments just to this council.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just had to wonder. But nonetheless, I just want to say I don't think we need any more oversight. We've got all the oversight we need. And for these groups to push for more oversight, the groups that are pushing for it, I believe, are the groups that want to tie the police's hands. You get too much oversight from the wrong kind of people. The cops are afraid to do their job. They can't go out and do anything for fear of who's watching, who's got a camera, who's trying to catch me doing something. It's out of context, in context. I don't care what it is. It's like taking a teacher and saying you can't correct a child anymore. You got a bunch of spoiled kids running to school and teachers standing around with their thumb in their butt because they can't do anything about it. Our police do a wonderful job. You need to leave them alone and let them do their job. Yeah. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Smaltz is the next speaker. Eric Smaltz, is that correct? Yes. Please come forward. And then, Vince Ansel will be next. Do we have anybody? Is anybody? Councilman Williams, you're still on the phone? Councilman
I'm still on the phone.
All right. Councilman Pastor, are you on the phone?
Yes.
Thank you. And then Councilman Valenzuela, I understand, had to get off the phone earlier. Okay, so make sure we have a quorum. Mr. Smaltz, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not used to a good microphone. Mayor, City Council, I'm glad to see we don't have too many members that are missing in action. Well, we have one more missing in action. My name is Eric Smaltz. I have a Phoenix residence in Surprise, Arizona, and I'm a conservative street activist, as several of my colleagues are here tonight. I have a unique experience that I had at the Trump rally. It's an experience that only 2 other individuals experienced. The 2 other individuals were a black couple from South Carolina. This woman designed, manufactured, and follows the Trump rally selling Trump hats, T-shirts, and the like. I was in the intersection of 2nd Street and Monroe, and she was attacked for being a black woman selling Trump products. Sodas were spilled on her merchandise, tables were knocked down, and I tried to intervene, but the numbers were too large. They stole much of her merchandise and took one of her tables away. At that time, the police responded. There was yellow tape through the intersection already, which, for people that do attend rallies and the like, that is a do not cross or you're arrested line. They set up metal barriers around the entire intersection. The two individuals, Rhonda and Jazz, took off to retrieve their merchandise. It was several $100s worth of merchandise. During that period of time, our men in blue surrounded me in security. Very unique position to be in. I was right there with them. During that period of time, before Rhonda and Jazz came back, there were rocks being taken out of the parking garage, landscaping on the northwest corner, and they were being thrown at the police. Not at me, but the police. There were several people passing out frozen containers of liquids that were being thrown at police. I took a video, and this is a quick screen capture of the video. Probably about a half dozen, maybe even more, yellow containers, water bottles filled with urine, I suspect, that I present to you. This is what was being thrown at our officers. None of these officers were geared up for an attack. None of them had helmets. Many of them were clear-headed. They didn't have any protection whatsoever. A lot of mistruths have come through, but our cameras we are news reporters with our cameras. These phones are the new news. There's no longer just 4 television channels and 3 newspapers. Each and every one of us have the power right in our cameras to show what's happened. Here's the couple, Rhonda and Jazz. They have retrieved the table at this point in time, and they have retrieved one of the boxes of their merchandise. During that period of time, the only reason that I wasn't injured was because of these gentlemen here. They stood up, they formed a circle around us, 100 strong, protecting that intersection, and there were only 3 people in that intersection to be protected. They stood up. I just want to let the chief know your men and women are doing a fine job. I often get to speak in Phoenix, and the only reason I can speak in Phoenix without carrying a gun or wearing a vest is because your men and women are doing their job. And I cannot say that that's true in other cities that I visit and speak at. So I applaud these individuals for doing their job, what they're paid to do, and I don't think they need to be restrained in any way. The professionalism that was shown was exemplary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vince Ansell.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the city staff and the council for their impending rejection of the latest scam to undermine our police department. Thank you very much. I watched live stream that meeting, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, when the anarchists took over the chambers over here. And it was sickening to watch. I'm glad that I wasn't here to witness that in person. Thing is, you guys got beat up pretty darn bad, man. I swear to God. I believe it's the first time in 30 years where I've actually felt sorry for Democrats. That's excluding the 2 conservatives there. But anyway, most of us, or many of us, have children. And you know what you do when you have children that throw a tizzy fit, they're obnoxious, rude, when they want to get their way in something, you know? I mean, what do you do with those kids? Do you let them have what they want so they quit crying and moaning and groaning and making asses of themselves? No, you don't give them what they want. You send them to their room. You discipline them in some way, shape, or form. So my question is to the to the more left of center council members here is, why do you put up with this crap from these constituents? If they can't treat you respectfully, they don't deserve respect back. It's just simple as that. You know, there gets to be a point where your dignity is much more important than your politics, and you guys need to just toe the line in that regard, you know, and please don't give in to this anarchist crowd, because all they want is chaos. They don't believe in order or government. So support our police. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McPherson. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. McPherson is next. Gary McPherson? Good to see you. And then Sean Severud.
I'm Gary McPherson. I live in Phoenix. Mayor and members of the council. I was for this bill before I was against it, like Bill Clinton. That attorney that sat here earlier was right. Why can't we make this stuff in plain language that people can understand? So I don't think we need a citizens review committee. I don't believe that. I was the chairman of the Deer Valley Village Planning Committee. I've been on the Human Rights Committee of the City of Phoenix. Actually, I'm surprised that my city councilwoman, Thelda Williams, isn't here tonight for such an important meeting.
She's on the phone. She's participating, but via
I'm
telephonic.
listening to you.
Hello, Thelda.
Hi there.
If this goes forward tonight, I think we probably need a citizen committee for the council and city manager. I was at the Trump rally for 5 hours and getting in and getting out, and I was wearing light clothing, and I was exhausted, and I was almost having heat stroke. These officers had their full riot gear on, and they were out there all day. And somebody needs to thank them for that. Thank you, Chief. I just need to say one more thing, two more things. All lives matter, and blue lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McPherson. Sean Severud, followed by Jeremy Ciaramella, I believe.
Well, I came here in support of Mr. Clark's citizen petition to create a Phoenix Citizen Oversight Review Board, but I guess I quickly have to address the motion by Councilmember DeCiccio right now, which is absolutely ridiculous and absurd, and honestly an affront to democracy. You've got the city manager and the assistant city manager who have been working on researching this Citizens Review Board for months, since February, and he just wants to shut it down because he can. It's pretty upsetting. So I had a whole bunch of prepared statements, but I just want y'all to know that I'll be back here as many times as I need to be to make sure that this stays front and center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Severud. Jeremy Ciaramella, is that correct? Is he here? Jeremy Ciaramella? And how about Paula Blankenship? Did she have to leave? All right. I have no other cards for citizens wishing to speak on this citizen petition item. Is anyone else here wishing to speak? Ma'am, please come forward if you'd like to. That's all right. I apologize if I lost it somewhere. But anyway, please come forward, state your name and whatever testimony you have for this council, up to 2 minutes.
My name is Sarah Stokes. That's my son. I am a 16-year Army veteran. I serve with the VA hospital. I don't make as much money as most people do at the hospital, at other hospitals, simply because I like serving my sisters and brothers. That's who raised me. I signed up for the military when I was a sophomore in high school. That kid understands authority. That kid understands when he's told to do something to do it. He is in the wheelchair because the first accident he had, he was going to work, flipped through a tunnel, and was left paralyzed on one side. I can't speak for anybody else's child. That child has to protect himself because he has to come home at night. I can't speak for anybody else's child in this place, just mine. My child did what he was supposed to do. All I asked was, where are the recordings? Where's the camera recordings? Where were the police recordings? They're supposed to be wearing cameras. They weren't even wearing cameras. If I'm gonna discipline my child because my child did something wrong, I need to see what he did. I'm not gonna stand up for him when he's wrong. That's not the type of mother I am. That's not the type of person the military raised. Not for me. I can't speak for anybody else. I try to be respectful to everybody, whether they like me or not. I'm brutally honest all the time, whether it's gonna make me look good or not. But at the end of the day, when I send that child out and my other children that I have adopted along the way or foster cared along the way, I wanna make sure they come home at night. I don't want them coming home with horror stories. I want them to be able to come home at night. And by the way, I am from Illinois. I'm about 45 minutes from Chicago. And Chicago is not a nice place now. But the difference between Chicago and Phoenix is Phoenix has a chance to turn some things around. Chicago has been embroiled in what they're in right now for years. And it may take years to get out of it. We have an opportunity to change. But the only way we're gonna change, we have to start policing one another. That's how it works. That's how it works.
All right.
We have to police one another.
Thank you for your testimony very much.
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilman Nowakowski, you have a question for the speaker?
And you're my councilman.
Right, so what happened to your son
My son was initially or this last time?
initially, or?
Initially, he was flipped through a tunnel. He was going to work, got clipped by another car, flipped through the tunnel, was taken to the hospital, coded a few times. I work in the hospital. They were telling me, ma'am, you know, it's kind of time to stop. God didn't tell me it was time to stop. That boy could walk with that brace. I worked hard to get that brace that he had. I worked hard to get that wheelchair he's in. There was no welfare benefits. There's been no child support. There's been me getting up every morning and going to work.
So was there abuse from our Phoenix PD in this accident?
The first accident,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, you're asking me if there was what?
We're talking about police officers. I was wondering if.
He was the one that got the beat down on the 22nd. He was the one that was beat up by the police officers. And I did say beat up by the police officers. I
The
did.
22nd of what, ma'am?
The 22nd of this last month. He was featured on the news the next morning as being one of the people at the Trump rally. He wasn't even at the Trump rally at all.
right, Councilman Nowakowski.
Because he followed a police officer to get his name in his badge.
All
All right, Councilman Nowakowski, any additional questions?
That's it. Thank
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Very much appreciate it. All right, if I missed anyone else's card, now would be the time if you want to provide testimony before this city council. Okay, so the original motion was to deny the citizen petition. There was a substitute motion made by Councilman DeCiccio. I'll just indicate I plan to support the underlying motion by Councilwoman Stark. I don't think through a citizen petition is the appropriate way to do any kind of police oversight like this. It deserves the amount of study that it should get. But I also don't believe that we're going through the CPTI process right now. I look forward to any recommendations by our assistant city manager and our police chief at the conclusion of those hearings about any policy recommendations. And so I don't think it's appropriate to circumvent that process at this time. So I won't be supporting the substitute motion. I will be supporting the underlying motion to deny the petition. Any other comments by members of this council? Councilman Nowakowski and then DeCiccio, please.
Chief, they talked about the UFB board, right? That we have 3 civilians on there. Who chooses those 3 civilians?
So, Mr. Member, members of council, Councilman Nowakowski, we ask for people from our community if they're interested in becoming members of the Use of Force Board and the Disciplinary Review Board. So they kind of self-select, and then they go through a process and get vetted by our department. If I'm not mistaken, some of you all have recommended some people to go through this process.
Oh, Councilwoman Williams, we can hear you right now, so hit mute again on the phone. Were you referring to Councilman Nowakowski and barking, or was that somebody else you referred to?
I didn't think he'd hear me.
All right, put the phone on mute, Councilman Nowakowski.
And then the 5 individuals on the panel, the Citizens Board, who chooses that? The civilian, what was it called?
Mayor, members of the council, the Civil Service Board is appointed by, the mayor recommends and the council approves, as other civilian boards and commissions are.
Then you also have some, 11 or 12 different advisory boards from ethnic groups and different groups out there, right? Yes. Could you actually tell us what those are? Or?
I can name all 12. So the African American Advisory Board, Hispanic Advisory Board, LGBTQ Advisory Board, Asian Pacific Islanders, Arab, Muslim, Jewish, Native American, Sikh, Refugee, Faith-Based, and Cross Disability.
And if you were interested in being a part of this board, what's the process of being appointed or participating in one of these boards?
So contact anyone from the Phoenix Police Department or any one of you all and get that word to us. You fill out an application, you go through a vetting process, and you can become members. So we've had some great success in the last 11 months of really getting new members in on all those boards.
And then the other thing is we have the that CPTI board committee that we formed, and basically we're in the final stages of actually listening to the community, and you all are going to bring recommendations to the council or to the city manager, or how does that work?
Mayor, members of the council, so the listening sessions can serve a couple of things. If there are just good practices that the chief is under her authority can implement, she can do that. If there are policy issues that people bring up that are under the purview of the council, we would bring those forward to the council for discussion. But generally, it's a mix of things, mostly oriented towards operational things that are under the chief's purview.
If I could add too, though, so we started this round of listening sessions. We've had 3 of 13. I wasn't able to make the one tonight, but I did have staff there at the listening session way up north.
Mayor, I'll be not supportive of the substitute motion, but supportive of the original motion.
I thank you very much. Any other comments by council members? Councilman DeCiccio, you had some comments or questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to keep it really quick. I'm going to be supportive, obviously, of the substitute motion, but not of the original motion, and I'll explain why. You know, government and politicians use nice words, but really those nice words sometimes are meant to undermine what it is that we already have. And in this case here, this thing called Civilian Police Review Board sounds nice, when the fact of the matter is it's meant to undermine, and it's part of an agenda to hurt our law enforcement's credibility, period. It is literally about hurting the credibility of the law enforcement. That's it. I think it was Barb Heller, she's still, I don't see her, but bottom line, she said the police officers are constantly have a target on their back. We saw this several weeks ago. We saw it at the protest, and we saw it several weeks ago when there was no civility from a group that literally went out of their way to try to damage our police officers and the work that they've done. And it's constant. To allow this thing to continue and not end it tonight is just one more way of putting a target on the police officers' back. It needs to come to an end. This attack on our police officers needs to come to an end tonight. I will not support the first motion, but I'm supporting my motion. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Any other comments by members of the council? How about Councilman Stark, then Councilman Waring? Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you. And, you know, I appreciate what you're saying, Sal. The problem is there's nothing else before us. And I agree with you. If something came before us, I would probably say no to it. But right now, what we have is this petition, and I just cannot support it, period. So I appreciate your passion, but I'm having a hard time because nothing else is before us, and as the mayor said, another petition could come and another petition can come, and I'll still recommend denial or no, but we don't really have anything else before us, so I have to stick with the original motion.
Well, and let me explain that if I could.
Councilman DeCiccio, do you have additional comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, just back to that. The bottom line is the original motion keeps everything. The main issue that these individuals want, the main group, that this is what they've been asking for from day one, and that's why keeps bringing it up, and it's been bringing it up for years. It's time to send a message to the public that we support our police officers by continuing this fight, continuing this debate. It only hurts our police officers, it hurts their credibility, and it hurts the way that we look at them. It's time. It's time to make this come to an end. There's absolutely no reason to move forward with a civilian review board, period.
All right, thank you. I think, thank you for your comments. Councilman Stark, you said that citizen petitions may come forward. I'm fairly certain they will be coming forward, multiple ones per week. And so that's an inevitability that more citizen petitions on either side of this issue or numerous other issues are coming our way. Councilman Waring, please.
Can I ask a question for Ed? There's a lot of acronyms flying around, but I think this is the right one. The CPTI, is it the Oversight Committee? Is that?
The CPTI is a Community Police Trust Initiative.
Right.
It is a task, there's a name for it, committee that I appointed in 2014
Right.
to work on recommendations about how we could build trust. It's not an oversight committee itself.
So I think that was referenced by one of the speakers. He, I think, took issue with Mayor Stanton. It sounded like he was a little upset that maybe he didn't get picked to be on this committee. But actually, it wasn't Mayor Stanton picking, it was you.
That's correct.
So that person was either just lying or just didn't know what they were talking about. Always salient points. So that's a little frustrating just to hear that. People should know what they're talking about before they get up and speak to us, and certainly before a camera. I guess I want to say one thing about one thing that's come up several times tonight. Has it been for, maybe this is a question for the chief. So I think the video, I did not get over to your office to review the video, but I remember my staff did. I think this has been established, that members of the public were throwing bottles at police officers, and that bottles of water, I guess frozen or unfrozen. Can you comment on that?
All right, Chief, I don't know if you want comments at this time, or obviously there's a review going on. Please.
So that was what our video compilation showed, and that's what our employees mentioned.
You've got video of this?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, so just a general comment for those listening at home, people still in the audience. A couple weeks ago, it was described, oh, I don't know why they shot the gas. We were just, maybe not we, members of the public were throwing bottles, frozen or otherwise, at police officers. Let me just say one thing. If you're throwing hard objects at other adults and you are over the age of 6, what's wrong with you? Seriously, what is wrong with you? That is not adult behavior. People engaging in that kind of behavior are not going to be taken seriously. You also, I will add, not be taken seriously if you show up here dressed up as a DC comic book character, which has also happened in the last couple of weeks. But you want to be taken seriously, act seriously. And throwing things or screaming, because somebody else mentioned this as well, obscenities at other adults, elected officials, police officers, I don't care who it is, what's wrong with you? What aren't you getting? What didn't you learn in kindergarten? I know there's a book about it, but honestly, if you've ever had a kindergartner, and I have, they will kick you out for the behavior that's being described as just another day at the office, just something that people should just accept as normal. I'm not sure when that happened. I know it wasn't accepted in the Waring household when I was a kid or adult or otherwise. But I got to tell you, I sit here and listen to this, and I have people describing these behaviors like that's just something you should be doing to show how unhappy you are. No, run for office yourself. Try to change your community in some kind of positive way. Don't get up there and criticize elected officials when he had nothing to do with the point in the committee that you're talking about. Try to at least get that part straight. I don't know. It's incredibly frustrating to listen to it. So to the people who said, why are you taking this seriously? It's a serious issue being handled unseriously by some small minority of folks who are behaving extremely poorly and are doing a disservice to whatever cause they are purporting to represent. Another issue I will say is this. You know, one speaker got up, it might have been the same speaker who discussed the appointment process. No, the entire community is not unhappy with our police officers. There are undoubtedly some people in a city of 1.6 million people who are unhappy, that's true, but do not get up there and purport that you speak for everybody when, let's face it, the vast majority of citizens, I'm sure we could do a poll, will say, you know, police are doing a pretty good job. So we had August 22nd, which has come up quite often, in our discussions here tonight, and certainly did a couple weeks ago. So, to my knowledge, Chief, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think the city manager has briefed me about this pretty thoroughly. There was no property damage, no serious permanent disfiguring injuries of any kind that I'm aware of, no loss of life. You had officers out there for like 15 hours with a very combustible mix of citizenry who were oppositional by their nature, towards each other. And to have that be the result, as people have suggested, when you watch what's happened around the country, it's no wonder we're getting plaudits nationally, but a prophet is never, considered a prophet in their own hometown, I suppose. So the police have to own that just like everybody else. But I really think at some level the rhetoric needs to get toned down. I saw people hounded out of here 2 weeks ago. I had a block watch captain. He's one of the most, he is as rock solid and active a citizen as you could get. He got here at 11:30 in the morning to stand in line. It was 110 degrees or whatever it was a couple weeks ago. Stood in line. He was number 13. He signed in his card. He was number 13. I talked to him that night and the next day. He didn't get a chance to speak. I watched a crowd of people just get in his grill. I had to ask an officer to go over and basically kind of extricate him from his situation. After about 5 hours, he left. So he was here probably a total of 8.5 hours. He has his own business, so he took a day off of work. He comes down here and he gets hounded out of here, doesn't even get a chance to speak. All he wanted to do was say thank you to the police officers because he's a big supporter. He works with them all the time. He's a block watch captain. That ain't right. And so while we will never, I think at this meeting, I think Mayor Stanton appropriately has given everybody a chance to speak really over the course of the 6 years, 5 years, whatever we've been working together. I think appropriately that the preventing other people from speaking their piece, that's not right. And throwing things at other adults, that's not right. Swearing at them, that's not right. And I don't know when that started, but it's been a relatively recent phenomenon in my experience. So I just want to get that off my chest. I appreciate you indulging me. I did want to clarify that one thing because that person was inaccurate and that wasn't fair to another elected official. So thank you for all the work that you're doing, Chief. I appreciate very much working with you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. All right, any other comments?
Mayor,
Councilman Williams, please, go ahead.
I support the substitute motion, but if it fails, I will support Deborah Stark's motion to deny the petition.
Okay.
And I just want to say, if this comes forward again, I will continue to vote against a civilian review board.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other comments by members of the council? Okay, so the motion is...
Mayor?
Councilman Valenzuela,
please.
please.
Yeah, just want to be sure that you realize that I was able to get back on. It was obviously a very important vote. I was watching as much as I could, but I will be supporting the original motion. And, I know it's been a long night, and so I'm ready to vote if everyone else is.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments? All right. Oh,
Mayor?
wait a minute.
Mayor?
Who? Councilwoman Pastor or Vice Mayor, did you have comments?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Councilwoman DeCiccio, did
I'll
you
be
have...
really. Look, it's a win either way for the public. But the bottom line is, I'm done with the attacks on our police officers. I will not support the secondary motion. I'll probably be the only one left, but that's okay because the message has been sent. The message has been very loud and clear. You've heard the council members say that they're not going to be supporting Civilian Review Board. You heard that. So the bottom line is this: is regardless of what happens with my motion, the message is sent. The public has heard this. The city manager is hearing this with this group that he's put together, which I didn't know that much about, but thanks for telling me, Ed, about it. We may have had that discussion back then. But either way, the bottom line is this idea of a Civilian Review Board is essentially dead, and it's going to die. I'm telling you that right now. It may not die tonight, but it will die, and I'm glad I put it on the table.
Thank you very much. All right, so the first vote will be on Councilman DeCiccio's substitute motion. Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
No.
Nowakowski.
No.
Stark.
No.
Valenzuela.
No.
Waring. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Pastor.
No.
Mayor Stanton.
No, so the motion fails 6-3. Now we'll go to the original motion of Councilwoman Stark to deny the citizen petition. Roll call.
DeCiccio.
No.
Gallego. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Stark. Valenzuela.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yeah, so that motion to deny was successful by an 8-1 vote. There being no further business for the city council, I got to run and get my kid from basketball practice. This meeting's adjourned.